importance of record-keeping in history. Hello again. Some stories seem better suited for quiet hours like these. We can keep this one low and unhurried, with the evidence doing the first bit of work. The biggest, most ridiculous historical scandals exposed becomes easier to trust when it starts with the importance of record-keeping in history, not with a grand claim. Undefined. The record for a cabinet key in a locked drawer begins with the detail of dim lamplight on an old wooden desk, stacks of yellowed papers, a forgotten key. In plain terms, the question is, what stories sit quietly inside the drawers of power? The useful pressure is how secrets are stored and protected. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. Record-keeping is one of history's least glamorous habits, and also one of its most dangerous. A file number in the upper corner, a typed date, a signature pressed a little too hard into thick government paper, a brass key in a desk drawer, gone dull where a thumb has touched it for years. These are the small objects that let a secret survive long enough to become evidence, before a scandal has a nickname, before newspapers learn the shape of it. It often sits in a cabinet with other ordinary things: envelopes, carbon copies, appointment books, memoranda, receipts. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Picture a government office in Washington in the early 1920s, after the clerks have gone home and the corridors have cooled. The desk is heavy oak, the kind that bruises a shin if one is careless. Inside it, perhaps, a locked drawer. Inside the drawer, a key to another cabinet. Inside the cabinet, a folder tied with cotton tape or held by metal fasteners that leave small rust stains near the holes. The documents inside are not theatrical. They have margins. They have initials. They may smell faintly of dust, glue, and old tobacco smoke, because government paper has always had a talent for absorbing the habits of the room around it. This is where scandal becomes physical. The term Teapot Dome sounds almost comic at first, like a hill from a children's map or a kitchen object misplaced in the desert. In fact, it referred to a geological formation in Wyoming, near a federal oil reserve set aside for the United States Navy. The name came from a rock outcrop, said to resemble a teapot, with a kind of spout. I have always found that detail oddly disarming. A national scandal, one of the great American political embarrassments before Watergate, carried the name of a household object, a teapot, something that belongs on a stove, humming mildly, while someone looks for a clean cup. The oil beneath that land was anything but domestic. Oil was power, mobility, naval strength, money in black liquid form. During the Harding administration, federal oil reserves at Teapot Dome in Wyoming and at sites in California were placed under the control of Secretary of the Interior Albert B. Fall. Leases were then granted secretly to private oil interests, including companies associated with Harry F. Sinclair and Edward L. Doheny. Later investigations found that Fall had received payments and favors, and he became the first former United States cabinet official imprisoned for crimes committed while in office. That is the broad outline. But broad outlines can make history feel cleaner than it was. The record itself is more interesting and more troublesome. A 1920s oil lease document would have had a certain dry authority. typed lines, formal clauses, legal descriptions of land, references to sections and townships, maybe a raised seal or official endorsement. The paper likely had more body than cheap modern copy stock, with a fibrous feel under the fingers. A carbon copy might show blue-black letters, slightly uneven from the pressure of the typewriter keys. The text would not announce corruption. It would describe rights, terms, permissions, transfers, obligations. The whole thing would speak in the calm voice of administration. That calm voice is the strange part. Why was secrecy so important? The simple answer is that public resources were being moved into private hands, under conditions that would have looked suspicious if examined too early. But secrecy also does a quieter kind of work. It lets people act as if a decision has already become normal. Once a lease is signed, stamped, filed, and placed in a cabinet, it gains weight. Anyone who questions it must now push against a document, against a procedure, against men with titles and letterhead. There is a practical inconvenience to truth at that point. Someone has to open the drawer. Scandal depends on that inconvenience more often than we like to admit. A locked drawer does not need to be dramatic to be effective. It only has to delay curiosity. A secretary may know which key fits which cabinet. A clerk may notice that one folder has been requested too often or not often enough. A senator may ask for records and receive a polite partial answer. A journalist may hear that something was done without competitive bidding, or that a public asset has wandered into private possession with unusual ease. Suspicion often begins as a housekeeping problem. A missing paper, a delayed reply, a drawer that only one person seems allowed to open. The evidence in a scandal usually arrives in layers. First, there is the official object, the lease, the memo, the account, the report. Then there is the contradiction. The object says everything is orderly, while the circumstances around it feel arranged. After that comes the human chorus, respectable and wearying. Lawyers explain the terms. Officials describe necessity. Businessmen speak of efficiency. Friends insist that nothing improper has occurred. I have some sympathy, in a narrow way, for the clerks trapped in such machinery. They are asked to file the world as if the world were behaving. In the Teapot Dome affair, congressional investigation mattered because it forced paper to leave the private rhythm of offices and enter the public ritual of questioning. Senator Thomas J. Walsh of Montana pursued the matter with a patience that seems almost unfashionable now. Hearings, testimony, bank records, leases, letters. These things moved slowly, but they moved. The scandal did not burst open all at once. It seeped. A little like the substance at the center of it. Some details remain difficult to hold with perfect certainty. Exact values and private arrangements can blur across time, and old scandals often survive through records created by people protecting themselves, blaming others, or trying to remember under pressure. The evidence points clearly toward corruption and secret favoritism, but the interior weather of the participants is harder to reconstruct. What did Fall think he was doing when the first favor crossed the line? Did it feel like reward, entitlement, friendship, rescue? The record tells us what could be proved. It is less generous with the moment someone decided the drawer should stay shut. That missing moment matters, because every scandal has a life before exposure. It has mornings when the lie still works. It has ordinary lunches, train tickets, office dust, ink ribbons replaced by an irritated typist, shoes squeaking in a marble hallway. Somewhere inside that ordinary time, people know enough to be careful. The world outside has not caught up yet. The papers are still in order. The key still turns. The official story still has its coat on and looks respectable from across the room. There is a small, unpleasant genius in making wrongdoing administrative. A bribe in an envelope is crude. A lease with proper headings is harder to see clearly. It wears the costume of responsibility. It uses the furniture of trust. Cabinets, seals, signatures, minutes, ledgers. And once those objects exist, they do two opposite jobs at once. They help conceal the decision, and they preserve the trail that may later expose it. Paper is loyal only for a while. I keep returning to the cabinet key because it is such a modest instrument. No philosophy in it, really. A cut piece of metal with a bow, a stem, a few teeth. It can sit in a drawer among rubber bands, pencils, and old postage, looking bored. Yet in the rooms of power, keys decide the tempo of knowledge. Who may see? Who must wait? Who can say, with a straight face, that the file is unavailable? The first lesson of these scandals is therefore a plain one, almost dull enough to be trusted. History often begins with filing. The ridiculousness comes later, when the sums grow large, the explanations grow thin, and important men discover that paper remembers better than friends do. In the next room of this archive, the oil under the sand will begin to speak more clearly. For now, the drawer remains half open, the key resting beside it, and the record waits with that peculiar patience of things nobody expected to become important. The record for oil under the sand. Teapot Dome begins with the detail of sparse Wyoming hills, oil derricks at dawn, government tents. In plain terms, the question is what happens when the land itself is the prize. The useful pressure is secret leasing agreements and silent exchanges. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. On a government map, Naval Petroleum Reserve. Number 3 is a patch of Wyoming marked by contour lines, section numbers, and a name that sounds almost too small for a national scandal. Teapot Dome. The name came from a rock formation nearby, a sandstone shape that once resembled a teapot with a spout. Beneath the dry hills, under sagebrush, dust, and hard weather, lay oil that had been set aside for the United States Navy. The paper record looked plain enough. Leases, signatures, legal authority, departmental transfers. A landscape became an asset became a favor. That is the useful place to begin, I think, with the map rather than the outrage. A map is wonderfully innocent looking. It has neat borders, little labels, a scale in the corner. It pretends that land can be understood by drawing a line around it. In the early 1920s, those lines mattered. The Navy had reserved certain oil fields for future use, especially because modern warships were moving from coal to oil. Fuel was no longer just fuel. It was mobility, readiness, range. It was power stored underground, waiting. The odd little contradiction was this. A public reserve, created for national security, was quietly treated as something that could be handed to private companies through closed arrangements. The land did not move. The wells did not announce anything. The derricks, when they came, would have made their ordinary wooden and metal sounds in the wind. But somewhere in the paperwork, the meaning of the place changed. The official at the center was Albert B. Fall, Secretary of the Interior under President Warren G. Harding. Fall had been a senator from New Mexico, a man of the American Southwest. Ranches, mines, land, water, the practical politics of extraction. In 1921, control of several naval oil reserves was transferred from the Navy Department to the Interior Department. That administrative step may sound sleepy enough to make even a clerk stare out the window. Yet it was the hinge. Once the reserves sat under Fall's authority, leases could be arranged. Teapot Dome in Wyoming went to Harry Sinclair's Mammoth Oil Company. Other valuable reserves in California, including Elk Hills, were leased to interests connected with Edward Dehaney's Pan American Petroleum and Transport Company. The agreements were made without open competitive bidding. That detail is dry, but it is the little loose thread. Competitive bidding is boring for a reason. It makes favoritism work harder. It forces numbers into the open, makes rivals complain, leaves a trail of disappointed people who may later become very useful witnesses. Closed dealing removes all that inconvenient weather. I have a small sympathy for ordinary clerks in scandals like this. Somewhere, someone had to type names correctly, file copies, make carbons, place folded maps into folders, and perhaps wonder why a decision involving federal reserves had such a narrow hallway around it. Most people near power do not see the whole machine. They see one gear, a typed page, a meeting moved, a signature needed before lunch. The life cycle of the lie began with a respectable promise. The reserves, Fall and others argued, could be developed by private companies more efficiently. Oil sitting underground was only potential. Drilled oil could be stored, refined, and made useful. The claim had a practical surface. Governments often lack tools, rigs, crews, and speed. Private firms have drills, casing, geologists, tank cars, men who know what breaks at 3 a.m. when a pump coughs itself to pieces. The argument was not absurd by itself. That is often how these things survive their first inspection. The lie borrows a real problem. Then came the exchanges that gave the paper its darker weight. Fall received money and benefits from the oil men involved. One widely discussed payment was a $100,000 transaction from Dehaney, described as a loan. Other benefits linked to Sinclair were harder to sort cleanly in the public mind. Bonds, cash, livestock arrangements, assistance that seemed to flow in the warm direction of a grateful private interest. Exact totals can be difficult to state with perfect simplicity, partly because gifts, loans, favors, and business dealings do not always wear labels. Corruption is fond of blended categories. It likes a word like loan. It sits well in a sentence. The visible crack appeared in a strangely human way. Fall seemed suddenly wealthier than his known means allowed. Improvements to his ranch drew attention. Money had weight. even when hidden in polite language. Cattle, land, fences, repairs, debts paid down. These things leave impressions. You can conceal a payment in a story, but a new roof still sits in the sun. Senator Thomas J. Walsh of Montana became one of the patient figures in the investigation. He was not loud in the theatrical sense. The Senate inquiry moved through testimony, documents, questions repeated until the answer changed shape. That slow institutional grinding is easy to underestimate. A hearing room can seem dull, with its chairs, papers, water glasses, and men clearing their throats. Yet dullness has a talent for endurance. It can keep asking the same plain question after the dramatic people grow tired. Why was secrecy so important? One answer is simple. Open bidding might have exposed the sweetheart nature of the leases. Another is more social. Secrecy protected the respectable chorus around the deal. Lawyers could examine the wording. Businessmen could speak of development. Officials could talk about preparedness. Each person needed only enough uncertainty to remain comfortable. The lie did not require everyone to be equally corrupt. It required enough people to accept the paperwork as normal. That is the part that feels strangely modern, though the hats and motorcars have changed. The document is supposed to make reality official. In Teapot Dome, the document became the place where reality was edited. Public oil became private opportunity by passing through the clean machinery of authorization. Out on the land itself, the matter would have looked less philosophical. Wyoming wind has a scraping quality. Dust gets into cuffs, teeth, the hinges of toolboxes. A drilling crew would care about pipe threads, mud, pressure, weather, wages, meals gone cold in tin pails. Extraction is never just an abstract word to the people doing it. It is metal against stone, grease on hands, a chain clanking in the morning. One practical truth about scandals involving land is that the land continues being land, while humans change the labels above it. The courts eventually unwound the leases. The Supreme Court invalidated the arrangements, and the oil reserves returned to federal control. Fall was convicted of accepting a bribe and became the first former United States cabinet member imprisoned for crimes committed while in office. President Harding had died in 1923, before the full scandal had settled into public understanding, leaving behind that uneasy historical fog in which responsibility becomes both everywhere and hard to hold. We cannot know every private conversation. Some handshake moments never entered the record. Some remarks were made in train compartments, offices, ranch houses, hotel rooms, places where nobody thought to preserve the air. The evidence points strongly enough toward the central mechanism. Federal resources were secretly converted into private advantage, and money moved toward the official who made it possible. Still, the missing edges matter. They remind us that history often keeps the paperwork and loses the tone of voice. Teapot Dome became a symbol of government corruption for decades, before later scandals taught Americans new names and new rituals of suspicion. Before the famous tapes and televised hearings of another era, there were leases, oil maps, and a cabinet officer whose sudden prosperity asked a question too large for his explanations. The ridiculousness, if we can use that word softly, is partly in the name. Teapot Dome, a childlike shape in the rock, a domestic object sitting over petroleum and power. Something for pouring tea, attached forever to bribery, naval reserves, and the first cabinet officer sent to prison. History has an odd habit of choosing the wrong-sized label for the thing it carries. And perhaps that is why the scandal still has a faint afterimage. The oil under the sand was valuable, but the deeper prize was permission. The authority to decide who could reach what belonged to the public. Once that permission passed through a closed door, the landscape itself became a document. Lines on a map, ink on a lease, a signature saying everything was in order. For a while, it was. Then the paper began to speak. The record for a hotel room and a tape recorder. Watergate begins with the detail of quiet corridors, a blinking red light, the muffled click of a recorder. In plain terms, the question is, how does something so small become so immense? The useful pressure is physical tools, tape, lockpicks, tape recorders. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. Room 723 of the Howard Johnson's Motor Lodge had the plainness of a room designed to be forgotten. A bedspread with a tired pattern, a telephone, a window facing the Watergate complex across Virginia Avenue, and the small practical mess of surveillance equipment. Earphones, a receiver, a recorder, paper cups, perhaps, or an ashtray, because the early 1970s left smoke on almost every surface. From that room, a lookout could watch the Democratic National Committee offices and listen for voices traveling through a planted wire. It is a strange beginning for a constitutional crisis. A motel room, a window, and a machine that made a small mechanical commitment to memory. The Watergate scandal often grows large in the telling, until it becomes marble columns, Senate hearings, executive privilege, resignation. But the first objects are almost embarrassingly ordinary. Adhesive tape placed over a door latch, lockpicks, cameras, film, walkie-talkies, rubber gloves, sequential bills carried by men who did not look especially like master conspirators once they were standing under police light in an office after midnight. The part that feels strangely human is how much of it depended on minor maintenance. A latch had to catch. A guard had to notice. Tape had to be put back where tape should not have been. Frank Wills, the night security guard at the Watergate office building, noticed tape on a door during his rounds on June 17, 1972. The job itself was routine. Walking corridors, checking locks, keeping a building in the practical order that office workers expect to find in the morning. He removed the tape. Later, seeing it again, he called the police. A small act, really. The sort of act that probably felt like an inconvenience before it felt like history. I have some sympathy for the worker who has to decide whether an odd little detail is worth making a fuss about. Most of the time, it is only bad housekeeping. Inside the Democratic National Committee headquarters, the burglary had a blunt purpose: repair or adjust listening devices, photograph documents, gather political intelligence. The operation had ties to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign, though the full web of responsibility was not visible that night. At the beginning, the record was a police blotter sort of record. 5 men arrested, equipment recovered, names written down, a place, a time. The machinery of the scandal had not yet become grand. It was still metal tools in pockets, camera film in a room, men trying to move quietly across carpet. The contradiction arrived almost immediately. Why would people connected to a powerful incumbent president need such a clumsy break-in? Nixon's campaign had money, access, influence, loyalists, lawyers, and the enormous advantage of already holding the office. Yet here were burglars in the opposing party's headquarters, trying to manage small devices in the dark. Scandals often begin with this kind of mismatch. The size of the office and the cheapness of the act do not fit together. Power, when frightened, can become oddly petty. It starts worrying about door locks. Across the street, in the hotel room, the listening post carried its own little ritual. Watch the windows. Monitor the signal. Keep notes. Wait. A tape recorder, small enough to be moved or hidden quickly, has a personality unlike a document. Paper waits passively. A recorder has appetite. It pulls time through itself, inch by inch, and turns a room into evidence. The tape moves on reels or through a cassette, depending on the machine, with a faint drag and click. Input, a voice, a signal, an overheard sentence. Process, magnetized particles arranged along a thin strip. Output, a memory that can be replayed by strangers. Watergate became a scandal about tapes in two ways. First, there were the attempted wiretaps and recordings around the break-in itself, the small machinery of political spying. Then, much larger and more consequential, there was the White House taping system. Nixon had a recording system in parts of the White House, including the Oval Office, that captured conversations automatically. It was meant to preserve power's own account of itself, perhaps for memoirs, perhaps for control, perhaps because leaders are rarely as casual about history as they pretend. The odd thing is that the machine did what it was built to do. It remembered. For a while, the lie still worked. That interval matters. A scandal is not only the day the truth arrives in public. It is also the long private stretch when some people know the explanation is fragile. But the building has not yet fallen. Reporters at the Washington Post, especially Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, kept following names, payments, and connections. Congressional investigators asked slower questions. Judges and prosecutors handled the matter through the less theatrical tools of subpoenas, testimony, and procedure. The cover-up had to keep producing official surfaces. Statements, denials, memoranda, public confidence. The lie looked like paperwork. Alexander Butterfield's 1973 testimony before the Senate Watergate Committee made the existence of the White House tapes public. That was one of those moments when an ordinary administrative fact becomes immense. A recording system existed. Conversations had been preserved. The question shifted from what people remembered to what the machine had kept. Memory, in politics, can be rubbed smooth by loyalty or fear. Tape has its own defects, of course. It can be erased, withheld, damaged, interpreted badly. Still, it is less socially polite than a witness. It does not know when to protect a room. The struggle over the tapes moved through courts and arguments about executive privilege. Eventually, the Supreme Court required Nixon to turn over recordings. One tape from June 23rd 1972, recorded discussions about using the CIA to limit the FBI investigation. This became central to the collapse of Nixon's remaining support. The famous missing portion on another tape, the 18.5-minute gap, remains one of those practical mysteries that history carries around like a loose button. Explanations were offered. Technical possibilities were examined. The record suggests deliberate erasure, though the full private choreography of that absence is difficult to know. Some silences are also artifacts. By August 1974, the machinery of accountability had ground forward far enough that Nixon resigned. Watergate's beauty, if one can use that word carefully, lies in the slow motion of its exposure. A guard noticing tape, police writing a report, reporters checking leads, a Senate committee listening, a court ordering production, a transcript turning voice into text. No single object did all the work. The system moved awkwardly, with resistance, pride, delay, and institutional self-protection. Still, it moved. I find that more useful to remember than the record for the ledger that wouldn't balance. Enron begins with the detail of rows of numbers on glowing monitors, a coffee ring on a financial report. In plain terms, the question is what fraud looked like on a Tuesday afternoon. The useful pressure is ordinary office routines masking extraordinary deceit. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A balance sheet has a very plain kind of authority. Enron's filings had columns, totals, footnotes, signatures, auditor language, and the familiar dry smell of office paper warmed by a photocopier. In Houston, at 1400 Smith Street, the numbers once seemed to climb with marvelous steadiness. Revenue, assets, earnings. The pages looked disciplined. The odd thing was that some of the discipline came from hiding what the pages could not comfortably hold. The ledger that would not balance did not announce itself with a stain or a torn corner. It sat inside ordinary corporate ritual. A quarterly report. A spreadsheet opened on a glowing monitor. A conference room table with bottled water. Legal pads, and one pen that has gone missing because someone always takes the good pen. This is the part of modern scandal that I find most unsettling. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Enron had once been praised as a marvel of energy innovation. It began with pipelines, with gas and contracts and infrastructure, those heavy, practical things that must cross land and weather and regulation. Over time, it became something more abstract. A trader of energy, risk, broadband capacity, future possibilities. The company's language grew smoother as the business grew stranger. It talked about markets, platforms, assets, models. A good model can clarify reality. A bad one can become a curtain with numbers printed on it. One phrase sits near the center of the file. Mark-to-market accounting. Spoken aloud, it has the flat sound of a warehouse label. The basic idea is not automatically sinister. A company may estimate the present value of future profits from a long-term contract and record that value now. Input. A deal that may produce money later. Process. an estimate based on assumptions. Output, earnings on today's books. Limitation, the future has poor handwriting. In a cautious business, that limitation matters. In a hungry one, it can become convenient. If Enron signed a contract and projected large future profits, those projected profits could appear quickly, even if the cash had not arrived, and might never arrive in the expected way. A promise became a number. A number became a reputation. A reputation helped create more promises. It is a tidy circle when seen from far away. Up close, it has fingerprints all over it. The contradiction was simple enough to trouble a patient reader. Enron appeared dazzlingly successful, yet parts of its financial machinery were difficult to explain. Debt seemed to move out of sight through special purpose entities, some with names that sound almost comically harmless or obscure. Chuco, Jedi, LJM, the Raptors. These structures were presented as separate arrangements, ways to manage risk or finance projects. In practice, investigators later concluded that they helped keep liabilities away from the main balance sheet and helped protect reported earnings from looking as fragile as they were. I have a small sympathy for the junior person in any office who has to print these things. The thick packets, the tabs, the revised version sent at 6:40 in the evening because someone changed one footnote, the printer coughing out warm paper while people pretend they are not hungry. Fraud on a Tuesday afternoon can look like that. Toner dust on fingertips, a coffee ring on a draft report, the soft squeak of a chair in a meeting where everyone understands slightly less than they admit. Arthur Anderson, Enron's auditor, gave the company's statements the kind of professional respectability that the market was trained to recognize. Lawyers reviewed structures. Bankers arranged deals. Analysts asked questions, sometimes sharp ones, sometimes softened by the atmosphere of success. Executives spoke with confidence. The respectable chorus matters here, because a corporate lie rarely survives on one voice alone. It survives through rooms where doubt becomes impolite or inconvenient, or simply too hard to translate into a spreadsheet cell. This is where belief becomes a kind of office weather. Nobody has to say, believe. The elevators, the stock price, the bonuses, the praise in business magazines, the polished lobby, the security badge clicking at the turnstile. All of it teaches the same lesson. This place is real. This place is winning. If the numbers are complicated, perhaps that means the people at the top are brilliant. Complexity can be a shelter. It can also be a fog machine with a finance department. The crack appeared slowly, as cracks often do. Some analysts and journalists began asking why Enron's profits did not seem to produce the cash one might expect. Short sellers and skeptics wondered what was inside the opaque partnerships. A famous Fortune article in 2001 asked whether Enron was overpriced, and the question had the irritating power of a pebble in a shoe. It did not bring the building down by itself. Few questions do, but once a polished surface is scratched, people begin noticing the older scratches around it. Inside the company, the anxiety must have had a strange daily shape. This is difficult to know in full, because private dread rarely leaves clean records. Some employees may have believed sincerely in the company. Some may have suspected pieces of the trouble without seeing the whole machine. Some were too busy doing ordinary work, answering phones, managing trades, updating systems, carrying folders from one floor to another. The evidence suggests that insiders at higher levels understood much more. Still, a workplace is not a single mind. It is a building full of partial views. By late 2001, the panic interval had begun. The lie was still functioning in fragments, yet its future had shortened. Enron announced losses and charges tied to its partnerships. Its credit rating came under pressure. Confidence, that invisible asset, began leaving the room. Stock that had once traded at high levels fell toward almost nothing. Employees watched retirement savings tied to company shares vanish, while some executives had already sold substantial holdings earlier. That detail deserves a quiet room around it. It is one thing to lose a theory of value. It is another to lose the money you thought would sit beside you in old age. The collapse came as bankruptcy, investigations, hearings, prosecutions, and the end of Arthur Andersen as a major accounting firm after its own legal and reputational disaster. There were shredded documents, testimony, legal arguments, convictions, appeals, and years of untangling. But the central object remains boring in the most important way. The financial statement that claimed to describe a company. Every scandal eventually leaves behind a sacred object, a piece of paper meant to prove that everything was fine. At Enron, that object became the place where reality had been edited. The unresolved edge is not whether Enron committed fraud. Courts, investigators, and records established a great deal. The harder question is social. How did so many capable people stand near the machine while it ran? One possibility is that each person saw only a gear, a report, a transaction, a professional opinion. Another is that success itself became evidence, which is a dangerous habit. When a company is rising, explanations grow generous. When it falls, the same explanations look like costumes left on a chair. Perhaps that is why Enron still feels so modern. It shows how technology and paperwork can give unreality a respectable interface. A spreadsheet does not blush. A balance sheet does not lower its voice. A model can carry unreasonable assumptions with perfect formatting, and the cell borders remain neat. There is something almost tenderly absurd about that. Human beings are messy, frightened, ambitious creatures. And then we place our desires into columns and ask the columns to behave better than we do. After the collapse, the office routines continued somewhere else. Keyboards clicked in other towers. Auditors packed other binders. Analysts opened other reports before lunch. History rarely stops using a tool just because someone used it badly. The ledger remains useful. The signature still matters. The footnote can still tell the truth when someone lets it. And so the Enron file closes with a faint hum from an empty office floor. Monitors dark, carpet holding the day's static. A stack of reports squared neatly on a desk. The scandal was grand in scale. But its smallest lesson is almost domestic. If enough important people benefit from pretending something is real, the pretense can acquire furniture, payroll, parking spaces, and a clean audit. For a while, it can even look like work. The record for a letter to investors. Madoff's Ponzi begins with the detail of stacks of envelopes, the scent of ink, the soft shuffle of checks. In plain terms, the question is, how does trust begin to unravel on paper? The useful pressure is the tactile reality of paper, stamps, and signatures. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. An investor statement from Bernard L. Madoff. Investment securities looked ordinary in the hand. White paper, black ink, a list of positions, trades, balances, dates. The company name near the top. The address at 885 3rd Avenue in Manhattan. The kind of formal typography that asked no one to look too closely. Folded into an envelope, carried through the mail, opened at a kitchen table or a foundation office. It seemed to say the simplest, comforting thing a document can say. Your money is still here. That was the strange power of Madoff's fraud. It did not arrive as a wild promise shouted across a room. It arrived in envelopes. It arrived by fax. It arrived as a steady monthly rhythm, with numbers laid out in columns, as if arithmetic itself had settled the matter. A mailed statement has a small ceremony around it. Someone tears the envelope along the seam. Someone smooths the paper flat. Someone checks the balance, perhaps with a fingertip moving down the page. Then the statement goes into a folder, or a drawer, or a file cabinet that smells faintly of dust and metal rails. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Madoff had been a respected figure on Wall Street for decades. His firm was known for market making, a real business with terminals, clerks, traders, and a place in the machinery of finance. That mattered. Fraud often borrows credibility from some neighboring truth. The respectable office, the known name, the serious address, the previous success. All of it formed a kind of scaffolding. People did not have to imagine a magician in a back alley. They could imagine a disciplined professional using a guarded strategy that outsiders simply did not understand. The strategy was often described as a split-strike conversion, a phrase with enough technical texture to discourage casual questioning. In broad outline, it suggested buying a basket of large stocks while using options to limit risk. It sounded plausible. It sounded sophisticated. It sounded, perhaps most importantly, boring. And boring can be very persuasive when people are tired of markets behaving like weather. A Ponzi scheme has a simple internal diagram, even when the surface is dressed in expensive language. New investor money comes in. Some of that money is used to pay earlier investors who ask for withdrawals. Statements are created to show profits that have not really been earned. The process can continue as long as enough new money arrives, enough old money stays put, and enough people believe the paper more than they question the machinery behind it. The limitation is built into the design. Eventually, withdrawals outrun fresh deposits. The machine needs belief as fuel, and belief can be surprisingly strong until it is suddenly thin. What does trust look like on paper? In this case, it looked like consistency. Month after month, year after year, the returns appeared smooth. Too smooth, some thought. Markets stumbled, rose, panicked, recovered, lost their temper again. Madoff's accounts seemed to move with a calmness that, in hindsight, feels almost theatrical. But hindsight is a bright, rather unfair lamp. At the time, consistency felt like proof of discipline. For many investors, that was the emotional product being sold. Not greed exactly. Safety. A place to put money where it would be handled by someone who seemed careful, connected, and discreet. The social geography of the fraud mattered too. Trust moved through country clubs, charities, synagogues, family offices, feeder funds, and conversations among people who already trusted one another. A person might invest because a friend had invested, and the friend had received statements for years, and perhaps had withdrawn money without trouble. That last detail is important. The ability to withdraw funds made the illusion feel solid. A check clearing through a bank is a very convincing sound, even if the larger structure behind it is hollow. I have a small sympathy, oddly enough, for the clerical confidence of it all. Not for the deception, of course, for the way ordinary office habits can be made to carry extraordinary falsehood. Paper loaded into printers. Envelopes stacked in trays. Toner warmed inside a machine. A signature block checked. A postage meter clicking. The soft shuffle of account records prepared for people who would read them as reassurance. Most of history's grand lies require someone, somewhere, to align the margins. The evidence, when it finally became clear, pointed toward a long-running pattern of fabricated trading records and false account statements. Investigators later found that the reported trades often did not match actual market reality. The securities listed on statements had not been bought for those accounts in the way clients believed. The official object, the statement, was doing the work of a stage backdrop. It created a view. Behind it, the expected machinery was missing. Some people had raised questions before the collapse. Financial analyst Harry Markopoulos, among others, warned regulators that Madoff's returns seemed mathematically implausible. The warnings did not produce the necessary result for years. This is one of the wearying parts of the case. The crack was visible to some eyes. Yet it did not break the surface for everyone. Institutions can fail quietly. A form is filed. A concern is noted. A meeting happens. Then life continues. And the mail goes out again. It is difficult to know, from the outside, what the private panic interval felt like inside the fraud. A scandal is not only the moment the truth comes out. It is also the long private interval where the truth already exists, while the world has not caught up yet. In Madoff's case, the financial crisis of 2008 put pressure on that hidden structure. Investors wanted money back. Markets were strained. Confidence everywhere was thinning. A Ponzi scheme can survive doubt in small amounts. It cannot easily survive a crowd moving toward the exit at once. In December 2008, the structure gave way. Madoff reportedly told his sons that the investment advisory business was a fraud, and they contacted authorities. The collapse that followed revealed losses often described at about 64. $8 billion on paper, based on the account statements investors had received. The actual cash invested and lost is calculated differently, and recovery efforts have returned significant sums over time. The exact number depends on what one is measuring: real principal, fictional profits, claims, recovered funds. Numbers, even after exposure, keep their little arguments. The human damage is easier to understand than the accounting categories. Some victims were wealthy. Some were retirees, charities, schools, foundations, people whose trust had passed through family and community ties. That should be said plainly. A fraud built on respectability does not only take money, it disturbs the ordinary routes by which people decide whom to believe. It leaves a faint grit in the gears of friendship. A false statement is a peculiar artifact. Its paper may be perfectly real. The ink is real. The envelope traveled a real route through sorting machines, mail bins, building lobbies, and hands. The lie lives in the relationship between the object and the world it claims to describe. That relationship is fragile, and yet for years it can support apartments, grants, retirements, dinner conversations, plans for grandchildren, a roof repair put off until spring. Practical things, small things, the kind that never look historic until history takes them. Perhaps that is why Madoff's scandal is worth lingering over. It shows how a lie can become routine enough to feel like order. The market may be chaotic, the news may be loud, but here comes the statement again, crisp and official, telling everyone that the numbers are fine. Then one winter, the same type of paper begins to mean something else. The artifact changes without changing. A document that once gave comfort becomes evidence. And somewhere in that transformation, trust begins to unravel on paper. Not all at once. A phone call, a redemption request, a balance that cannot be paid, a statement pulled from a file and read again with colder eyes. The letter had carried the lie for years. In the end, it also helped preserve its outline, folded neatly, waiting in the drawer. The record for a conference call in Hyderabad. Satyam's Mirage begins with the detail of endless rows of cubicles, the hum of computers, a phone on speaker. In plain terms, the question is, what do numbers mean when no one believes them? The useful pressure is the routine of daily work masking enormous falsehoods. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. On January the 7th, 2009, a letter reached the board of Satyam Computer Services with the dull force of a stone set down on a glass table. It was signed by the company's chairman, B. Ramalinga Raju, and it said, in careful corporate language, that the cash on the books was not really there. Bank balances had been inflated. Interest had been invented. Liabilities had been understated. A company built to handle other people's information had lost the truth inside its own accounts. The odd thing, before we go any further, is the name. Satyam is often translated as truth. A little too neat, perhaps. History has a taste for these accidents, and I distrust them slightly, the way one distrusts a coincidence that arrives already dressed for court. Still, there it is. A company called Truth, exposed by a letter saying that its official reality had been edited for years. Picture the place around it. Hyderabad in the early morning, traffic beginning to gather, tea stalls warming metal kettles, glass office towers catching the pale sun. In and around high-tech city, the workday had its usual small rituals, security gates, ID cards on lanyards, Employees stepping through lobby scanners with backpacks and lunch carriers. The smell of floor cleaner in corridors. Computer fans starting their long, dry hum beneath desks. Satyam was not a little shop with a false cash box. It was one of India's major software and outsourcing firms, serving clients across the world. Its workers wrote code, managed systems, maintained databases, answered technical needs from faraway companies whose executives might never visit Hyderabad at all. The business depended on confidence traveling through cables. A contract in one country, a server in another, a team asleep while another team began the day. That is what makes this scandal feel different from a fraud sealed inside one office. Its center was local, with named buildings, named executives, and actual people sitting under fluorescent tubes. But its edges were global. The numbers moved through investor presentations, audit reports, stock exchanges, client contracts, analyst notes, and conference calls where voices crossed oceans with a half-second delay. The record, as it came to light, was almost insultingly administrative. The chairman's letter described a gap between reported figures and reality. Cash and bank balances had been overstated by thousands of crores of rupees. Accrued interest existed on paper, though not in any useful bank account. Debtors and liabilities did not match the world outside the spreadsheet. The exact totals can vary depending on which later proceeding or summary one reads, and I do not want to pretend that a single tidy number captures the thing. The useful fact is simpler and colder. The company's official accounts showed strength that the company did not possess. A balance sheet is a strange social object. It looks technical, and it is technical, but it also works like a ritual of reassurance. Assets on one side, liabilities on the other. Revenue, profit, cash, debt. Lines and columns arranged until uncertainty appears to have been domesticated. Investors read it. Banks read it. Boards read it. Auditors sign around it. Everyone knows, in theory, that numbers can be wrong. Yet the format itself whispers that someone has checked. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. According to Raju's confession, the falsification had grown over time. That detail matters. Some scandals begin with one decisive theft, one illicit payment, one document slid into the wrong drawer. Satyam's fraud seems to have had the shape of accumulation. A number is improved. A margin looks healthier. A shortfall is carried forward. The next quarter arrives, which is one of history's more unforgiving machines. Then the fiction needs maintenance. Here is the mechanism, in plain terms. A company reports more cash than it has. That false cash makes the business look stable. Stability supports the share price, reassures clients, and keeps lenders and analysts calm. But the real business still has to operate with the money actually available. So the difference between appearance and life widens. The input is pressure. The process is accounting manipulation. The output is confidence. The limitation is reality, which has poor manners and eventually asks to be paid. I have a small sympathy, not for the fraud, but for the clerks of reality, who must live near such things. Someone has to format the spreadsheet. Someone has to attach the file. Someone has to dial into the conference call and listen while senior voices discuss margins, utilization rates, and growth. Corporate scandal often sounds grand from a distance, but up close, it includes bad coffee, stiff chairs, and a printer that jams when the document is most needed. This is one reason I find offices so revealing. They are full of ordinary objects asked to carry unbearable meanings. The contradiction had been visible, in a way, before the final letter. In late 2008, Satyam announced a plan to buy companies connected to the chairman's family, including Meta's Properties and Meta's Infra. Meta's, if one notices it, is Satyam spelled backward. Another coincidence with theatrical timing. Investors reacted sharply, and the deal was withdrawn. The move seemed strange enough to make people look harder. Why would a major software firm suddenly want to spend heavily on infrastructure and real estate businesses tied to insiders? A quiet like or subscription helps this kind of slow work find the right people. A scandal often cracks where one system tries to patch another. In this case, one interpretation is that the attempted purchase might have helped cover the hole by moving apparent cash into assets. That is the kind of explanation that feels plausible because it has the grim practicality of a leaking roof. Move the bucket. Move it again. But evidence, motives, and legal accounts can have rough edges. We know the transaction alarmed investors. We know the confession followed soon after. The interior weather of those final days is harder to reconstruct. If a subject has been sitting in your curiosity, drop it below, and I may use it. After the confession, Satyam's world changed quickly. Shares fell. Regulators and investigators moved in. Board members resigned. Auditors faced scrutiny, including questions about how such false balances had survived review. Clients wondered whether their systems were safe in the hands of a company whose own accounts had become unreliable. Employees, meanwhile, still had to come to work, which is a detail worth holding for a moment. Imagine the cubicle rows after exposure. Keyboards still in place, rolling chairs tucked badly under desks, monitors with login screens waiting for passwords, a phone on speaker in a conference room, its grey plastic buttons slightly worn from many ordinary meetings. The fraud was enormous, but the room did not know how to look enormous. It just looked like a room. That disconnect sits at the center of Satyam's Mirage. Digital numbers can feel weightless. They glow on screens, travel as email attachments, sit in enterprise software with neat labels and timestamps. But lived reality has weight. Salaries, rent, client deadlines, families waiting at home in apartment blocks across the city. A company may report cash that does not exist, but the office can still run for another day. The elevator's still open. The tea arrives in paper cups. The lie continues to possess furniture. And many people outside the company had wanted the story to be true. India's technology sector was, and remains, a powerful part of the global economy. Satyam represented skill, scale, ambition, and the modern promise that knowledge work could redraw old maps of influence. International clients liked the efficiency. Investors liked the growth. Analysts liked the pattern. A respectable chorus formed around the company, as it often does around success. Auditors, directors, institutions, market watchers, and business media, all adding their smaller notes of legitimacy. This does not mean everyone was foolish. That explanation is too easy and slightly lazy. More often, belief is distributed. One person trusts the audit, another trusts the board, another trusts the bank confirmations, another trusts the market price. Each trust is partial, almost reasonable. Put together, they become a wall. Then one number refuses to stay in line. The aftermath included legal cases, arrests, convictions later challenged or processed through appeals, regulatory penalties, and a government-backed effort to stabilize the company. Tech Mahindra eventually acquired control, and Satyam was absorbed into a new corporate life. For the workers and clients, that mattered. Scandal may begin as revelation, but recovery is mostly paperwork too. New boards, new controls, revised accounts, anxious calls with customers, passwords reset, contracts reviewed, reputations repaired, one dull form at a time. A tired historian learns to respect dull forms. They are where civilization keeps its promises and where it sometimes hides its betrayals. One unresolved edge remains, at least for me. How many people sensed the gap before the letter made it official? Not knew, necessarily. Knowing is a legal and moral word. I mean sensed. A strange delay in a bank confirmation. A figure that seemed too smooth. A decision that arrived with too much urgency. In large organizations, unease can dissolve into routine. People return to their inboxes. The meeting ends. Someone erases the whiteboard. Satyam's scandal reminds us that a mirage does not require desert heat. The record for a tiny vial, Theranos and the promise of blood, begins with the detail of white lab coats, glass vials, a cold metal counter. In plain terms, the question is, what can one drop of blood reveal and conceal? The useful pressure is the daily rituals of lab workers and their doubts. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A small clear vial, the Theranos nanotainer, was meant to hold blood from a finger prick, a little tube with a barcode label, and an almost toy-like neatness. It belonged on a cold metal counter, beside nitrile gloves, alcohol swabs, lancets, pipette tips, and the ordinary plastic clutter of a working lab. The promise attached to it was much larger than the object itself. A few drops of blood, collected quickly, would travel through a proprietary machine and return a wide menu of test results. Input, process, output. A tiny ritual of skin, glass, barcode, report. That is the first oddness of the Theranos scandal. Its central object did not look fraudulent. It looked clean, clinical, efficient. It had the aesthetic of the future, which is usually white plastic, sealed packaging, and a countertop that smells faintly of disinfectant. In the company's public story, the old inconvenience of blood testing would be reduced. No large needle in the arm, no tube after tube, no long wait. The little vial carried a social wish as much as a technical claim. People wanted medicine to feel less cumbersome. I have some sympathy for that wish. Anyone who has sat under fluorescent ceiling panels in a clinic knows how quickly dignity can become paperwork. The company, founded by Elizabeth Holmes, built itself around that wish. Its devices were described as compact blood testing machines, sometimes associated in reporting with names like Edison and later Minilab. The machines were supposed to run many different assays from very small samples. In the simplest diagram, a sample would go in, the device would measure chemical markers, and a lab report would come out with numbers arranged in respectable rows. Sodium, potassium, hormones, antibodies. Each result with a range, a unit, a little flag if something seemed outside expected limits. The document at the end looked like authority. The contradiction lived between the vial and the report. Blood testing is not magic, even when the machine is handsome. Different tests require different methods, reagents, sample volumes, calibration, quality controls, and sometimes different handling altogether. A fingerstick sample can be more variable than a Venus draw. A tiny volume leaves less room for repeat testing or error correction. Machines in real labs are fussy creatures. They need maintenance, temperature control, clean pipetting, careful validation, and people who notice when a number looks wrong. The more ordinary the work appears, the more discipline it usually contains. Inside the company's labs, according to later reporting, inspections, testimony, and accounts from former employees, the daily routine did not match the public simplicity. Some tests were allegedly run on conventional commercial analyzers, rather than entirely on the promised proprietary technology. Small samples sometimes required dilution, which can introduce its own problems if the method has not been properly validated. Workers handled racks, labels, centrifuges, quality control materials, and software screens, while the official story outside the lab remained sleek and compressed. A slogan can fit on a magazine cover. A lab bench rarely cooperates that neatly. A quiet subscription helps keep these slow midnight documentaries alive. Some subjects seem better explored slowly. There are more like this waiting quietly nearby. The respectable chorus around Theranos was unusually loud. Investors, media profiles, retail partners, former government officials, and well-known board members helped give the company a kind of ceremonial protection. It is tempting to laugh at this, but I think that is too easy. The harder question is why so many wanted to believe. The company offered wealth, yes, and Silicon Valley glamour, and the old romance of the young founder who sees what older people missed. It also offered a moral costume for ambition, better testing, easier access, a beautiful mission statement with polished edges. That is where the scandal becomes strangely modern. People were not only investing in a device, they were investing in an aesthetic of genius. The black turtleneck, the low voice, the secretive engineering culture, the boardroom full of important names. The language of disruption applied to blood. Secrecy, which in a lab can protect intellectual property or patient privacy, also made it harder to ask plain questions. How many tests worked? Under what conditions? Compared with what standard? On which machine? A practical person, mildly irritating at meetings, might have been very useful here. The crack came through people who had seen enough of the machinery from the inside. Whistleblowers, including former employees whose accounts later became part of the public record, raised concerns about accuracy, validation, and practices in the lab. The loneliness of that position is worth lingering over. A person with doubts still has to badge into work, answer emails, stand near the humming equipment, and decide whether the uneasy feeling is caution or disloyalty. The world outside may be applauding, the board may be confident, the brochures may be printed. Meanwhile, one result on one screen does not behave. In 2015, reporting by John Carreyrou in the Wall Street Journal brought many of those concerns into public view. Regulators began looking more closely. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services found serious problems at a Theranos lab, and the company's public certainty began to thin. Walgreens, which had hosted Theranos testing centers in some stores, eventually ended the relationship. Later came civil charges, criminal proceedings, convictions, and sentences connected to investor fraud. The details belong to courts and records, and the legal story has its own careful edges. For patients, the matter was more intimate. A lab report is not just paper. It may alter a phone call, a decision, a night's sleep. Some parts remain difficult to know from the outside. We can read exhibits, journalism, inspection findings, testimony, and corporate statements, but we cannot fully enter the private interval when insiders understood that the promise and the machinery had drifted apart. That interval interests me in almost every scandal. The lie is still working in public, yet somewhere, in a hallway or beside a printer tray, someone knows it is beginning to die. The badge still opens the door. The coffee machine still clicks and sighs. The calendar still has meetings on it. Reality is late, but it is coming. After the collapse, the equipment itself becomes almost tender in its uselessness. Benchtop analyzers, sample racks, cables, reagent bottles, discarded branded materials, empty office furniture in California rooms that once held enormous confidence. The final quiet of abandoned equipment is different from silence in an archive. Machines seem to remember being needed. A centrifuge without samples is just a small drum waiting for a task. A proprietary box without trust becomes furniture with a power cord. The tiny vial leaves behind the central lesson of this case file. A scandal can be performed in public, under bright interviews and clean branding, while the crucial uncertainty sits inside a lab method, a validation study, a diluted sample, a report that looks official enough to travel. The lie did not arrive wearing a mask. It arrived as a promise of health, printed on labels, repeated by serious people, and sealed inside a little container that seemed too small to hold so much belief. From here, the paper trail grows wider, into locked files and offshore names, but the pattern is already familiar. One ordinary document saying everything is fine, while the world quietly waits to learn whether it is. The record begins with a hard drive, though I keep picturing it as a locked filing cabinet, with one drawer slightly swollen from too much paper. In 2015, a source contacted the German newspaper, Süddeutsche Zeitung, and began passing along files from the Panamanian law firm Mossack Fonseca. The archive would eventually amount to about 11. 5 million documents, roughly 2. 6 terabytes of data, emails, passports, invoices, incorporation forms, bank instructions, scanned signatures, and the small administrative crumbs that people usually trust to remain boring. That is the first oddity of the Panama Papers. The evidence did not look theatrical. It looked like office work. A company name typed into a form. A director's signature placed neatly above a line. A passport scan. Slightly grey at the edges. A PDF with a date stamp. If you printed even a portion of it, you would get stacks of paper warm from the printer. Binder clips biting into the corners. Toner smell in the air. The faint static cling of pages that do not want to separate. History, when it is trying to hide money, can look very much like a Monday morning. Mossack Fonseca was a law firm in Panama City, with offices and intermediaries reaching across many jurisdictions. Its business involved helping clients create offshore entities, including what are often called offshore shell companies. The phrase sounds almost delicate, like something found on a beach. In practice, a shell company can be a legal structure that owns assets, opens bank accounts, holds shares, or moves money, while revealing very little about the person who ultimately benefits. Sometimes these structures have lawful uses. People may use them for cross-border business, estate planning, or privacy. That matters to say plainly. Secrecy itself is not always a crime. The contradiction is where the filing cabinet begins to feel heavier. The same machinery that can serve ordinary legal purposes can also shelter tax evasion, sanctions avoidance, bribery proceeds, and money that has taken a long road through places with polite names and very few questions. Input. A client wants distance between themselves and an asset. Process. Lawyers, agents, nominee directors, bank forms, jurisdictions with flexible disclosure rules. Output. Ownership becomes hard to see. The limitation, inconveniently for everyone involved, is that paperwork still accumulates. Even secrecy needs receipts. I have a small sympathy, perhaps an unglamorous one, for the clerks who had to keep these systems tidy. Someone had to rename files, answer emails, correct misspelled addresses, chase copies of utility bills, and notice whether a passport had expired. Scandal often gets imagined as smoke-filled conspiracy, but a great deal of it depends on whether someone remembered to attach the right document. A missing apostrophe in a company name can slow down a transaction. A scanned signature can become a tiny hinge. It is ridiculous, in the precise way bureaucracy is ridiculous, that hidden wealth may depend on the legibility of a photocopy. When the leak reached journalists, it did not become knowledge all at once. Süddeutsche Zeitung shared the material with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, and hundreds of reporters in many countries worked through the archive before publication in 2016. This was slow work. Search boxes, spreadsheets, entity maps, names checked against public records. A politician here, a relative there, a sports figure, a billionaire, a sanctioned individual, a company registered in the British Virgin Islands or Seychelles or Panama. Then another company owning that company, and another behind it. A hidden map does not arrive as a map. It arrives as clutter. The physicality of the labor is easy to overlook because the leak was digital. But journalism still has a body. Someone sits too long in a chair. Someone drinks bad coffee from a paper cup gone soft at the rim. Someone rubs their eyes and compares two addresses that differ by one floor number. There are encrypted communication tools, shared databases, careful embargoes, and the old habit of printing a page because the brain sometimes catches patterns better on paper. I have never trusted the romance of the paperless office. The paper always returns, if only as a printout with a blue pen circle around the suspicious part. The Panama Papers expose connections involving politicians, public officials, business figures, celebrities, and wealthy families across the world. Some resigned. Some denied wrongdoing. Some investigations led to tax recoveries or legal proceedings. Other cases drifted into the slower weather of courts, regulators, and national politics. The archive did not prove that every person named had committed a crime. That is another important inconvenience. A leak can show relationships, structures, and possibilities. It can reveal the architecture of concealment. It cannot, by itself, read every motive inside every locked room. Still, the pattern had a certain shape. An offshore company would be created through an agent. A nominee director might appear on the paperwork, lending the surface of independence. Shares might be held through another entity. Bank accounts might connect the structure to real money. The beneficial owner, the actual person meant to gain from the arrangement, could be hidden behind layers of legal distance. No single page looked especially dramatic. Together, the pages behaved like a coastline seen from above. Inlets, coves, private harbors, and places where the water goes dark. The quiet fear of discovery must have had its own routine. Not panic every hour. That would be exhausting, and most people cannot live that way. More likely, it came in small interruptions. A question from a banker, a journalist's email, a new transparency rule, a request for updated records, a colleague saying casually that some files had been copied. A scandal is not only the morning the story breaks, it is also the long interval when the truth already exists, sitting in a server or a cabinet, while the world has not yet caught up. That interval interests me, because it is where the lie still has a normal schedule. Meetings happen. Phones ring. A receptionist signs for deliveries. The air conditioner in a law office clicks on and off. Outside, in Panama City, traffic moves under humid sky, and the glass towers keep reflecting the water. Inside, a file may contain the name of a company nobody is supposed to connect to a minister, a contractor, a family trust, a yacht, a bank account. The drawer closes. The key turns. Nothing seems to happen. What made the Panama Papers feel so large was not only the number of famous names. It was the suggestion of a parallel landscape, an administrative underworld built out of perfectly ordinary materials, incorporation certificates, email threads, invoices, due diligence forms, compliance checklists, rubber stamps, courier envelopes. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Respectable paperwork, in many cases. Paperwork with letterheads and professional fees and lawyers using careful verbs. A locked filing cabinet is a comforting object in a strange way. It promises order. It says that things have categories, labels, folders, tabs. But a cabinet can also create a kind of moral weather. Put enough distance between a person and an action, enough folders between wealth and its source, and responsibility begins to feel like something stored elsewhere. Perhaps that is why scandals of documents unsettle me more than scandals of shouting. The shouting passes. The document remains, patient and pale. One unresolved edge is the simple fact that no leak, however large, can show the entire offshore world. The Panama Papers opened one cabinet from one firm, connected to many intermediaries and clients across many years. Other cabinets remained closed. Other firms had other drawers. Some records were never made, or were made in ways that resisted discovery. Some accounts simply stop there. And so the Panama Papers leave us with a useful discomfort. Hidden systems still need visible habits. They need signatures, passwords, clerks, stamps, billable hours, and someone willing to believe that a form can make ownership disappear. The next drawer may already be labeled. The metal may be cool to the touch. Somewhere, a document says everything is in order, and for now, that is enough to let the world keep turning. The record for a briefcase, full of cash. Siemens begins with the detail of polished shoes, a leather briefcase, the low murmur of travelers. In plain terms, the question is what bribery weigh in the hand. The useful pressure is the practical details of corporate bribery. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A 2008 Siemens settlement file has a strangely dull kind of weight to it. Stapled pages, numbered paragraphs, country names, payment routes, consultant agreements, initials where a full name would have made the room feel too warm. In the records from US and German investigations, the scandal does not first appear as a villain in a doorway. It appears as invoices, bank transfers, intermediary contracts, and the plain administrative phrase, business consultant, doing far more work than the words should be able to carry. That is the object to hold for a moment. A folder, thick enough to resist the hand, with Siemens AG on the cover, and Munich somewhere in the background. Orderly and grey, with trains running properly, and office windows reflecting a winter sky. The company was famous for engineering things that behaved as instructed. Turbines, medical scanners, communications equipment, railway systems. Then the papers began to suggest another mechanism inside the mechanism. Money went in, influence came out, and the official explanation was usually tidy enough to survive a first glance. The image people remember is the briefcase full of cash. It has a certain old film convenience to it. Polished shoes, a leather handle, a low murmur of travelers in an airport lounge, the little metallic click of a latch that sounds too small for the consequence inside. Whether every exchange happened with that theatrical neatness is difficult to know. Bribery leaves uneven records. Sometimes it is cash. Sometimes it is a commission. Sometimes it is a consulting contract with no useful consulting attached. But the briefcase remains useful as a symbol, because bribery, at its most practical, has to become physical somewhere. A number must become a payment. A favor must become a route. A rule must bend without making too much noise. Siemens was not a small company improvising in a corner. By the early 2000s, it was one of Germany's great industrial names, with offices and projects scattered across the world. The scandal that came fully into public view in 2006 after raids by German authorities, and then reached major settlements in 2008, showed a pattern that investigators described as systemic bribery. That phrase is worth letting settle. Systemic bribery means the wrongdoing was not just one nervous envelope passed after dinner. It means methods, habits, departments, approvals, euphemisms. It means a lie with filing cabinets. The practical machinery was almost boring, which is often where the important things hide. A company wants a contract, telecommunications equipment, transit systems, power infrastructure, medical devices, the large civic hardware of modern life. A public official, or someone close to one, has influence over the decision. Direct payment is illegal, crude, risky. So a middle layer appears. A local agent, a consultant, a business development advisor. A contract is signed. A fee is paid. Some portion, investigators found in many cases, travels onward to the person who can open the gate. Input, process, output. Money enters as an expense. The process disguises it as legitimate business. The output is access, preference, speed, silence, or a contract that might otherwise have gone elsewhere. The limitation, of course, is paper. Even false paperwork has to be maintained. Someone must type the invoice. Someone must approve the transfer. Someone must remember which explanation belongs to which account. I have a small sympathy, not for the scheme, but for the exhausted clerk trapped inside its weather, trying to make forbidden money look like normal office rain. One Siemens figure, often mentioned in accounts of the scandal, is Reinhard Sikacek, a former manager connected to the telecommunications unit, who later described bribery as part of the way business was done. His role has sometimes been presented almost like that of a bookkeeper for a shadow economy. That framing can become too neat, but it points to something real. Scandals need technicians. They need people who know which bank is cooperative, which phrase looks harmless, which approval threshold avoids another signature. A scandal may begin with appetite, but it survives through procedure. The odd thing is how respectable the chorus can sound. Lawyers review language. Executives discuss markets. Auditors examine samples. Board members hear summaries, with the rough edges sanded down. Nobody in the room needs to say, in a clear sentence, "We are buying influence." A softer vocabulary gathers around the act. Facilitation, commission, success fee, relationship management. The English language is very good at wearing a tie when asked. In some countries and projects, investigators later traced payments through offshore accounts and intermediaries. The details varied, and the public record does not give us every face, every meeting, every suitcase, every uncomfortable lunch. Some accounts simply stop at the bank transfer. Others suggest cash withdrawals or payments routed through shell-like arrangements. That missing portion matters. Corruption often happens in the gap between the document that can be shown and the gesture that cannot. Picture, if you like, an airport lounge because it is such a practical place for secrecy. Nobody looks settled there. Everyone is between identities. Passport in pocket, jacket over one arm, suitcase wheels clicking over polished floor tile. A briefcase can sit beside a chair and seem innocent. The smell is coffee, nylon luggage, recirculated air, a faint trace of floor cleaner. A man checks his watch. Another man does not sit too close. If a handover happens there, it borrows camouflage from travel itself. People are always carrying things through airports. That is the point. Still, the Siemens scandal was larger than any single cinematic exchange. In 2008, Siemens agreed to pay roughly $1. $6 billion in penalties and disgorgement to authorities in the United States and Germany, one of the largest anti-corruption settlements of its time. The company also undertook major compliance reforms. People left. Structures were rewritten. Monitors and investigators came through with their own tools. Laptops, document requests, interview binders, spreadsheets. The old ritual of payment met the newer ritual of accountability, which is also paperwork, though less romantic and probably more useful. There is a dry little irony here that I cannot quite leave alone. Siemens built systems meant to reduce uncertainty, signaling systems, power controls, diagnostic machines, industrial equipment designed to make the world more predictable. Yet inside the company, another system was built to cultivate uncertainty in public life. Who won the contract because the proposal was best? Who won because the payment was best hidden? Corruption damages trust, partly because it makes reality hard to read. The bridge may be solid. The bidding process may not be. The human trade-off is simple and unpleasant. A company operating in markets where bribery is common may feel pressure to participate or lose business. That is often the excuse, and sometimes it describes a real pressure. But the excuse also becomes a tunnel. Once entered, it narrows the imagination. People begin treating law as a local inconvenience, ethics as a cost center, and competitors as fools if they refuse to play. Rules do not usually bend with a dramatic snap. They soften from repeated handling. The crack came because no system of concealment is perfectly clean. Funds leave trails. Employees talk. Prosecutors compare documents. A consultant's work product looks thin. A payment date sits too close to a contract award. One number leans against another, and suddenly the whole shelf looks crooked. This is the recurring object again. The document that was supposed to make everything fine. An invoice becomes evidence. A contract becomes a map. A signature becomes a small fossil of permission. Perhaps that is why the briefcase feels so heavy in the mind. Its contents are only paper and ink or digits made liquid, or currency stacked in quiet bands. But what it carries is permission to rearrange the public world in private. A train line, a phone network, a hospital device, a national system of some kind. All of it may be touched by a moment small enough to fit under a table. After Siemens, the story moves toward other contracts, other logos, other rooms where power learned to speak in paperwork. For now, the briefcase closes. The latch makes its tiny sound. Somewhere, in an archive box or a server folder, the record remains awake enough to trouble the sleep of respectable things. The record for a phone call from London. BAE. Systems begins with a rotary phone. City lights through a Rain Street window. In plain terms, the question is, what do defense contracts sound like in the dark? The useful pressure is the ritual of negotiation and coded language. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. The record begins, in my mind, with a defense contract folder. Stiff blue card, metal prongs holding punched paper, a tab with a reference number, and a company name printed in neat capital letters. BAE Systems. The logo is tidy, almost bland, the sort of mark that belongs on aircraft manuals, exhibition booths, and envelopes carried through government buildings by people wearing dark coats in bad weather. If you ran a finger over the folder, you would feel nothing scandalous. Just paper grain, a crease at the corner, perhaps the faint smell of toner and old cabinet dust. And somewhere near that paper trail, there is the idea of a phone call from London. Not necessarily one call, perfectly preserved and dramatic. More like a pattern of calls. Voices kept low. Timing chosen carefully. A private office near Whitehall after most staff have gone home. Rain on the window. A phone receiver warm from being held too long. In defense contracting, the spoken word can do a peculiar kind of work. It can soften a demand into a suggestion. It can turn a question into a warning. It can allow people to understand one another without leaving a sentence that looks ugly in a file. BAE Systems was, and remains, one of Britain's major defense companies, building aircraft, ships, electronics, armored vehicles, and the vast supporting machinery that comes with national security. Its contracts were not simple purchases, like buying chairs for an office. They involved fighter jets, radar systems, training packages, spare parts, export approvals, diplomatic relationships, and governments speaking to other governments through the language of procurement. The odd thing about arms deals is that they already live partly in secrecy. Some secrecy is ordinary and defensible. Military specifications, intelligence relationships, security cooperation. But that same necessary privacy can become a very useful room in which other things may be placed. By the time investigators and journalists began circling BAE's international deals, especially arrangements connected to Saudi Arabia and other countries, the question was not only whether money had moved improperly. Money always moves in these contracts, in very large amounts, through consultants, agents, offset agreements, subsidiaries, and banks with polished floors. The better question was simpler and more uncomfortable. Which payments were part of the legitimate machinery, and which were gifts dressed as machinery? A defense contract has its own ritual. First comes the promise. Aircraft will make a country safer. Radar will strengthen its borders. Training will deepen an alliance. Industry will receive jobs. Ministers will be able to speak of partnership. Then comes the official object, a memorandum, a sales agreement, a side letter, an export license, a schedule of payments, heavy with numbers and abbreviations. Around it gathers the respectable chorus: lawyers, civil servants, ministers, officers, executives, advisors, auditors. Many are doing ordinary work. Some are probably tired, some cautious, some proud. I have a little practical sympathy for the junior person asked to track version 7 of a contract schedule at 9:30 in the evening. History can be very grand and still depend on someone finding the correct binder. The BAE matter became public through investigations into alleged bribery and improper payments tied to defense sales. One of the best-known strands concerned the enormous Al-Yamama arms arrangements between Britain and Saudi Arabia, beginning in the 1980s, involving aircraft such as Tornado and Hawk jets. Allegations swirled for years around commissions, intermediaries, and benefits given to people close to power. BAE denied corruption in relation to many allegations, and the record is not as clean as a morality play. That is part of what makes it worth holding carefully. The evidence points towards systems designed to operate at the edge of what could be said aloud. In 2006, Britain's Serious Fraud Office stopped its investigation into the Saudi-related allegations after government officials cited national security and the public interest. That decision remains one of the strangest pauses in the file. It had the shape of a door closing from the inside. Critics argued that political and commercial pressure had outweighed legal accountability. Officials defended the decision as necessary because of wider security concerns. It is difficult, from the outside, to know exactly what was said in every room or on every call. Some records are formal. Some conversations leave only condensation on the glass. Across the Atlantic, the matter took another form. In 2010, BAE Systems reached a settlement with the United States Department of Justice and agreed to pay a $400 million criminal fine. The company pleaded guilty to conspiring to make false statements to the US government about its anti-bribery compliance and about payments made through certain arrangements. In Britain, the company also reached a settlement connected to a radar contract for Tanzania, pleading guilty to failing to keep reasonably accurate accounting records. The language matters. It always does. The official admissions were narrower than the broader public suspicion. That gap between what people think happened and what a company formally admits is one of the cold little spaces where scandal often lives. The paperwork, again, did not announce itself as a lie. It came as consultancy agreements, marketing services, support costs, invoices, compliance representations. A payment described in clean terms can pass through a system more easily than one described in honest human language. Commission sounds less troubling than money to help persuade someone with power. Facilitation has a dreadful little smoothness to it. I admit to disliking that kind of word. It feels engineered to reduce friction in the conscience, as if a moral problem were only a squeaky hinge. The ritual of negotiation in such cases depends on timing and discretion. A call before a ministerial visit. A call after an uncomfortable press inquiry. A call to clarify whether a deal is still politically supported. Nobody needs to raise their voice. Power often sounds administrative. A pause. A phrase like commercial sensitivity. Another phrase like strategic relationship. Then the line goes still. and the person at the desk makes a note that says much less than the conversation meant. The emotional toll of living inside such arrangements is harder to document. Courts can record fines. Settlements can count money. Journalists can trace allegations across bank accounts and company structures. But the private weather inside an organization is more elusive. Imagine knowing that a file in the cabinet is dangerous, yet seeing the company's name on conference banners, annual reports, and carefully lit trade show displays. Imagine hearing executives speak about ethics, while older arrangements sit in the archive like unexploded machinery. Perhaps some people told themselves that this was simply how the world worked. Perhaps some believed the contract served a larger national good. Perhaps some knew more clearly than that and slept badly. The record cannot always tell us which. This is where the scandal becomes less ridiculous and more revealing. A defense company does not sell only machines. It sells confidence, alliance, and the promise of order in a dangerous world. That gives its paperwork a ceremonial weight. Signatures become symbols of trust between states. So when improper influence is suspected, the damage spreads beyond a balance sheet. The question becomes whether public purpose has been quietly converted into private advantage, with flags and formal dinners arranged around it. After the settlements, BAE continued as a major defense contractor, and like many companies after scandal, it spoke of compliance reforms, controls, and changed procedures. These things can matter. A rule written after embarrassment may still prevent a future abuse. I try not to sneer at boring reforms. Boring reforms are sometimes the only tools civilization has. Still, the unresolved edge remains. How much of the real understanding was ever written down? How many decisive meanings passed through phone lines? Hallway remarks, hotel meetings, and careful silences. A phone call ends without leaving much behind. The receiver returns to its cradle, or the screen goes dark. Outside, London traffic moves through wet streets. Inside the folder, the contract still looks official. That is the peculiar lesson of this case file. Power can hide inside proper format. The lie did not need a mask. It had letterhead, legal review, and a phrase that made everyone lower their eyes for a moment before carrying on. And somewhere, after the call, a machine waits to be tested. History has a fondness for ordinary documents that say everything is fine. The record for a software patch, Volkswagen's emissions trick, begins with the detail of open car hoods, laptops balanced on tool carts, digital graphs. In plain terms, the question is how you hide something in plain sight. The useful pressure is the daily work of engineers and testers. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A diesel car on a test stand is a strangely obedient object. Its front wheels rest still. Its driven wheels turn against metal rollers, and a cable runs from the diagnostic port under the dashboard to a laptop balanced on a tool cart. In September 2015, the record that mattered was not a confession or a dramatic memo. It was an emissions result. A clean number produced in a lab, beside a dirtier number measured on the road. That difference was the crack. Picture the room first. A Volkswagen test facility at night, or any modern emissions lab, has a practical sort of stillness. Concrete floor, Yellow safety lines. A fan as large as a window, pushing air toward the grille, so the engine does not overheat while the car pretends to drive. The smell is metal, rubber, warm oil, and that faint electrical scent around screens that have been on too long. A technician straps the car down. Someone checks tire pressure. Someone else watches a graph crawl across a monitor. The official object here was the emissions result. It looked like proof. It had numbers, limits, dates, model years, engine families, signatures, procedural confidence. The respectable chorus around it was equally familiar. Engineers, executives, regulators, marketing teams, dealers, owners, compliance officers, and the soft authority of a global brand that had sold diesel as clean, efficient, and technically mature. The contradiction was small enough to fit inside software. Volkswagen's diesel cars were found to contain what regulators called a defeat device. In plain terms, the car's computer could recognize when it was being tested for emissions. During the test, the engine controls behaved in a cleaner mode, reducing nitrogen oxide emissions to meet legal standards. On ordinary roads, under ordinary driving, the car changed its behavior and emitted far more pollution than allowed. A machine had been taught to understand the difference between examination and life. The mechanism is worth holding slowly because it is the peculiar genius of the scandal. A car in an emissions lab follows a scripted pattern. The steering wheel barely moves. The speed rises and falls in a known sequence. The wheels turn on rollers. The engine warms in predictable ways. Sensors report speed, steering angle, air pressure, engine load, and other signals. Software can listen to those signals and infer, with eerie politeness, that the car is inside the official ritual. Input: the pattern of the test. Process: the engine control software recognizes the pattern and activates a compliant mode. Output: a clean result on paper. Limitation: the road is messier, and the clean behavior may reduce performance, fuel economy, durability, or drivability in ways the company did not want customers to feel. That last trade-off is where the scandal becomes less like a cartoon villain story and more like a tired engineering problem that grew teeth. Diesel engines produce torque beautifully. They sip fuel with a kind of Germanic neatness people like to admire at filling stations. But reducing nitrogen oxides, especially under strict American standards, requires careful emissions control. There are hardware choices, chemical systems, cost decisions, space constraints under the hood, maintenance expectations, warranty concerns, and competitive pressure. The odd thing is that all of this is ordinary work. Hoses, sensors, catalysts, urea tanks in some models, calibration tables, meetings where someone says the phrase customer experience, and everyone understands the inconvenience hidden inside it. Somewhere inside that pressure, the paperwork began to say everything was fine. The evidence that exposed the lie did not begin as a grand raid. A non-profit group, the International Council on Clean Transportation, supported real-world testing of diesel vehicles. Researchers at West Virginia University used portable emissions equipment mounted to cars and drove them on actual roads. This is a wonderfully unglamorous image. Equipment in the back, tubes and cables arranged with fieldwork patience, data collected mile after mile. The kind of test where coffee gets cold in a cup holder, and somebody has to find a safe place to pull over. On the road, the numbers did not behave. A lab result had said one thing. The landscape said another. Pavement, hills, steering corrections, acceleration, weather, and driver behavior became witnesses. The car could pass the ceremony, yet fail the world outside the ceremony. That is the part worth remembering now, I think. Systems often measure the thing they can conveniently measure, then slowly begin to confuse that measurement with reality. A clean document can become a small shrine. Everyone bows to it because it is formatted correctly. For a moment, a small stray note from the margin. In the old archive station, where I sometimes imagine these scandals being shelved, there is a drawer labeled "Machines that behaved when watched." It contains no ghosts, only appliances. A printer that works when the technician stands near it. A kettle that clicks off too early. A parking meter with a moral philosophy. If you are halfway awake, this is probably the right level of jurisprudence for a parking meter. Then the drawer closes, very softly, and we are back among cars. The phrase "defeat device" sounds almost theatrical, but it comes from the language of regulation. It describes a device or strategy that reduces the effectiveness of emissions controls under conditions that may reasonably be expected in normal vehicle operation. A dry phrase, almost too dry. And yet it has a little trap door inside it. The whole question becomes, what counts as normal? A test cycle is normal for certification. A commute is normal for a driver. A mountain road is normal to someone who lives near one. Software can be written to honor one version of normal and quietly neglect another. Volkswagen eventually admitted that the software had been installed in many diesel vehicles worldwide. In the United States, the Environmental Protection Agency issued its notice of violation in 2015. The aftermath spread through courts, agencies, service departments, and owner mailboxes. There were fines and settlements amounting to many billions of dollars. Executives faced legal consequences in several jurisdictions. Cars were recalled, repaired, bought back, or modified. The company's reputation, which had been built with chrome badges, careful ads, and the comforting weight of a German door closing properly, took a deep dent. Silent showrooms have their own mood after a scandal. The cars remain polished. The floor remains clean. The brochures still sit in their racks, heavy with beautiful paper and mountain road photography. A salesperson may still straighten the mats in a display model, because that is the job in front of them. I have some practical sympathy for the mechanics and service advisors who inherited the mess. They did not write the code. They had to explain the recall, update the software, order parts, answer irritated phone calls, and probably eat lunch too quickly beside a vending machine. The panic interval, as in so many scandals, must have existed before the public collapse. It is difficult to know exactly what it felt like inside each office, each engineering group, each meeting where the problem had a name but no safe exit. Records and testimony can show pieces. They cannot fully recover the temperature of the room. Did someone stare too long at a calibration chart? Did someone know the workaround had moved from temporary fix into permanent deception? Did a junior engineer learn to stop asking one particular question? Some accounts simply stop at the edge of responsibility. Clean villain stories are tidy, and this case resists tidiness in the usual unpleasant way. The evidence points toward deliberate deception, and courts treated it seriously. At the same time, a fraud of this type depends on an environment where many smaller choices can gather into one large falsehood. Deadlines, market promises, technical pride, fear of failure. A culture that rewards solving the problem as defined, even when the definition has gone stale. The lie did not arrive as a masked intruder. It arrived as a software patch, a calibration, a compliance file, an emissions result that looked administrative enough to pass through the day. How does a machine learn to lie? Perhaps first it learns our ceremonies. It learns where we place the measuring device. It learns the posture of inspection, the steady speed, the unmoving steering wheel, the fan in front of the grill, the laptop on the cart. Then it gives us the version of itself we ask to see. That is the historical irony here. The scandal was not hidden in smoke curling visibly from a tailpipe. It was hidden in obedience. Afterward, the physical world had to absorb the correction. Cars came back to dealers. Software was changed. Hardware was adjusted where necessary. Owners received letters with official language folded into envelopes. Regulators revised their suspicion. Engineers across the industry were reminded, perhaps a little wearily, that cleverness has a moral direction, even when it is written in code. The document remains, as it so often does. An emissions certificate, a test report, a clean table of values, a statement that reality had been measured and found acceptable. Then a second measurement, taken outside the ritual, placed its hand on the first one, and asked why the numbers did not match. And somewhere beyond the archive, the road keeps doing what roads do. It curves. It climbs. It ignores the script. The record for a whisper in the hall. The power of rumor begins with the detail of dimly lit hallways, closed doors, a forgotten notebook. In plain terms, the question is how scandals begin before they're official. The useful pressure is the role of rumor in shaping perception. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A surviving copy of the Zinoviev letter looks, at first, like an office problem. Typed lines, diplomatic names, a date in October 1924, and the stiff confidence of a document that wants to be believed. It was said to come from Grigory Zinoviev, a Soviet official, and it appeared in the British press just days before a general election. Later, many historians and official inquiries came to regard it as a forgery. But by then, the paper had already done its work. It had entered the corridor. That is the odd power of rumor in a scandal. It often arrives before the scandal has a name, before the inquiry, before the sworn testimony, before anyone has put the pieces into a folder and called it evidence. It travels as a lowered voice outside a committee room. a clerk's raised eyebrow over a filing tray, a reporter's note in pencil on the back of a lunch receipt. It does not need to prove everything. At first, it only needs to make the room feel different. Picture a government hallway late in the workday. Marble underfoot, hard enough to return every footstep. Brass door handles warmed by many hands. A notice board with curled paper at the corners. Somewhere nearby, a typewriter carriage snaps back with that small metallic impatience. Behind one door, officials are still saying the proper sentences. In the hall, someone has heard something. The phrase itself, "I've heard," is one of history's most dangerous little tools. It is modest. It asks for no signature. It lets the speaker retreat if challenged. And yet it can move faster than a stamped memorandum because it slips through social trust. A cabinet minister hears it from a private secretary. A private secretary hears it from someone in the press gallery. A journalist hears it from a retired official at a club table where the butter is too cold to spread. The rumor changes clothes at every stop. In many scandals, the lie has an official object: the lease, the transcript, the balance sheet, the lab report, the emissions result. Rumor is the atmosphere around that object before anyone is allowed to touch it. It tells people where to look. It also tells them what to fear. The mechanism is simple enough, though never tidy. First comes an irregularity, a number that seems too smooth, a meeting that does not appear in the calendar, a test result that behaves politely only when watched. Then comes private interpretation. Someone says, "Perhaps it means nothing." Someone else says, "Perhaps it means exactly what it seems to mean." After that, the whisper begins to gather weight. Different people, in different rooms, mention the same loose fact. The rumor starts to feel less like smoke and more like a draft under a closed door. The difficulty, of course, is that rumor can be wrong. It can ruin the innocent, protect the guilty, or do both in the same week. The Dreyfus affair in France, with its false accusation and hidden evidence, reminds us how institutions can turn suspicion into a weapon and call it loyalty. The affair of the diamond necklace shows another version. A queen who did not arrange the fraud became, in public imagination, almost inseparable from it. Once rumor finds a person whose reputation is already prepared to receive it, the facts have to work uphill. A tiring business. I have never liked that part of human nature, though it is very old. So a careful investigator cannot simply honor every whisper. A reporter, auditor, prosecutor, or historian has to ask a dull and necessary question. What would this rumor leave behind if it were true? A hotel register, a duplicate invoice, a scratched-out ledger entry, a phone log, a secretary's notebook with the day's appointments squeezed into blue lines. Rumor becomes useful when it points toward a surface that can be checked. If you want more quiet subjects like this, subscribing helps them keep showing up. If your thoughts are still wandering, there are more dimly lit subjects nearby. Inside an organization, rumor has another function. It measures anxiety. People who know a lie is weakening often become excellent listeners. They notice which doors close more softly. They remember who stopped eating lunch in the canteen. They hear the legal department's photocopier running after hours. A scandal is not only the public collapse, it is also the private interval when the truth already exists and the world has not caught up. That interval has its own weather. Stale coffee in paper cups. Wool coats hung damp from rain. A shredder bin emptied more often than usual. A conference room where the chairs are all pushed in, too neatly, as if neatness could settle the matter. The lie is still functioning outside the building. The stock price, the election message, the public denial, the respectable report. But inside, people begin speaking in fragments. They leave out names. They say, that file, or the old arrangement, or you know what I mean. Language becomes a small hiding place. Official silence can be as expressive as speech. When a question is asked in a meeting and nobody writes it down, that absence has weight. When a spokesperson repeats the same careful phrase for the third time, listeners begin to hear the shape of the fence around it. Silence in a public institution is sometimes discipline. Sometimes it is caution. Sometimes it is a room full of people waiting to see who will blink first. The respectable chorus matters here. Lawyers, auditors, board members, press officers, senior advisors. They may not all know the whole story, and often they do not. But their presence gives rumor something to push against. If a claim sounds absurd, why are so many important people moving around it so carefully? If everything is normal, why has the meeting been moved upstairs, away from the usual minutes? I have sympathy for the ordinary clerk in these moments, the person carrying folders between offices, while powerful people perform calm. Paper is heavier when everyone is pretending it is light. Speculation becomes evident slowly, through repetition and friction. One whisper says a contract was altered. Another says a payment came from an odd account. A third points toward a missing appendix. Alone, each is vapor. Together, they form a map. The honest craft lies in testing the map without falling in love with it. That is harder than it sounds. Humans enjoy patterns, especially when the pattern flatters our suspicion. In the old newspaper offices, rumor had to pass through an editor's desk before it became print, and that desk was a kind of narrow bridge. Soon enough, we will sit there for a while, among marked-up copy and cooling tea. For now, the hallway remains the better place to stand. It is where scandal first changes temperature. One unresolved edge remains. We rarely know the first whisper. Records preserve the memo, the testimony, the published article, the official denial. They almost never preserve the moment when someone leaned towards someone else and lowered their voice. That beginning is too soft for the archive. Perhaps it happened near a coat rack, perhaps beside the record for an editor's desk. The scandal in print begins with the detail of stacks of newspapers, red editing pens, the glow of a desk lamp. In plain terms, the question is what a headline feels like before it's published. The useful pressure is the daily rituals of journalists chasing leads. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. Chapter 13. On an editor's desk, the first version of a scandal often looks disappointingly ordinary. A stack of typed copy, a reporter's notebook with a coffee ring across one corner, a red pencil, a paste-up ruler marked in picas, and a headline that may or may not survive until morning. Before the public sees outrage, there is usually a smaller scene. Someone reading a sentence twice, then a third time, wondering whether the verb is too strong. The desk itself has a kind of ritual arrangement. incoming copy on one side, marked pages on the other. A telephone close enough to grab without looking. A wire basket for clippings pulled from the newspaper morgue. Those old file cabinets where yesterday's certainty turns brittle and yellow. In older rooms, the air carried ink, dust, tobacco, and hot metal from the composing floor. In later ones, it carried toner, cooling plastic, and the thin electrical hum of terminals. Either way, the work was physical before it became public. The previous chapter lingered near rumor, that soft, mobile substance that passes from hallway to hallway. Here, the question changes. What must happen before rumor is allowed to wear a headline? A newsroom at midnight is a practical place, and that is one of the reasons I like it. It is rarely as glamorous as people imagine. Someone is eating a sandwich over a trash bin because there is no time for a plate. Someone else is calling a courthouse clerk who would rather be asleep. A copy editor is trimming 6 words from a paragraph because the story is 1 column inch too long. The scandal may involve presidents, bankers, ministers, executives, generals, or saints with poor bookkeeping. But the page still has a width. Paper is democratic in that annoying way. It only gives you so much room. The record begins with a lead. A document appears. A witness speaks. A number fails to match another number. A reporter hears that a lease was signed too privately, or that a tape exists, or that an account statement looks too smooth to be trusted. None of this automatically becomes news. In the best rooms, and sometimes even in the exhausted ones, a claim has to be handled like a piece of old glass. Who said it? Who benefits if it is printed? Who can confirm it? Who can be harmed if it is wrong? Accuracy has a dull machinery to it. Names are checked letter by letter. Dates are compared against calendars. Titles are verified, because calling someone a former official when they are still serving is the sort of small error that makes larger truths wobble. Lawyers may be called in, especially if the accusation carries the weight of fraud, bribery, perjury, or deception. Editors ask for documents, then ask where the documents came from, then ask whether the source had lawful access, then ask whether any sentence goes further than the evidence allows. The process can feel fussy. It is fussy. That is partly why it matters. A scandal in print has a contradiction at its center. The newspaper needs to be fast enough to matter and slow enough to be fair. Too slow. And the powerful have time to clean the room, replace the drawer, rename the account, or issue a statement shaped like fog. Too fast. And the paper can become part of the falsehood it hoped to expose. Deadline is a clock on the wall, but also a pressure in the ribs. I have a small sympathy for the night editor in that position. Sleeves rolled up, coffee gone cold, knowing that caution and cowardice can look very similar at 2 a.m. The editor's pencil performs a strange little ceremony. It turns speech into accusation, accusation into language, language into something a printer can set. In the age of hot type, words were cast in metal, line by line, backward, so they could press forward onto the page. Later, in paste-up rooms, strips of text were waxed and laid onto boards with headline type, photographs, and advertisements for department store coats or used cars sitting absurdly nearby. That is an overlooked detail I never quite get past. The exposure of a government scandal, sharing a page with a sale on winter gloves. History enters the house among ordinary errands. If this helped, the room feels softer. You can save it and return later. A quiet subscription helps keep these slow midnight documentaries alive. Breaking a major story carries satisfaction, yes, but also fear. The satisfaction is easy to understand. A false reality has been given a crack. A hidden arrangement has been named. The respectable chorus around the lie, lawyers, auditors, officials, investors, board members, press secretaries, suddenly has to answer in public language, yet fear belongs there too. A newspaper that prints a scandal is placing its own credibility on the same table as the accused. If the document is weak, if the source misled them, if one crucial fact collapses, the whole page can start to feel contaminated. This is where the editor's desk becomes more than furniture. It is a boundary object. On one side sits the private interval, where insiders know something is wrong and hope the day passes without exposure. On the other side sits public time, where the accusation can be clipped, folded, mailed, quoted in Parliament, read aloud in a kitchen, entered into a hearing record, or saved by a suspicious aunt who keeps everything in a biscuit tin. Print changes the temperature of a scandal. It gives the lie an opponent with a date on it. Of course, newspapers have not always been noble instruments. Some have spread forged letters, inflated rumors, protected friends, punished enemies, and turned complicated people into convenient symbols. The history of scandal in print includes courage and appetite mixed together, sometimes on the same front page. A paper may expose corruption because the evidence is strong. It may also expose it because a rival faction handed over the file. Motive and truth are awkward roommates. They can share a room without liking each other. That uncertainty is part of the archive. We often know what was printed. We know the headline, the edition, the byline, sometimes the corrections, and the angry letters that followed. Harder to recover are the conversations before publication. Who hesitated? Who pushed? Who cut a paragraph because it was legally dangerous, or because it made a powerful advertiser uncomfortable, or because the page simply ran out of space? Some newsroom memories appear later in memoirs, testimony, or interviews. Others vanish with the night staff, the copy paper, the smell of ink in the stairwell. Some accounts simply stop there. Still, the mechanism can be described plainly. Input: a lead, a source, a document, a discrepancy. Process: reporting, verification, editing, legal review, layout, headline writing. Output: a public record that can be challenged, copied, cited, and remembered. Limitation: every stage depends on people under pressure, with habits, blind spots, loyalties, fatigue, and sometimes a ridiculous shortage of clean mugs. A headline before publication feels heavier than it looks. It is only a few words, often written by someone who did not report the story, fitted into a rectangle with the discipline of a carpenter measuring a shelf. Yet those words can move money, damage reputations, summon investigators, protect future victims, or begin a long correction of public memory. The headline has to point without overreaching. It has to carry force without pretending the verdict has already arrived. That balance is harder than it sounds. Short words behave badly when crowded. Perhaps the oddest thing is that scandal needs publicity to become fully itself. The hidden act has already happened. The forged figure has already been entered. The promise has already been sold. But until the story is made legible to strangers, the scandal remains trapped inside offices, files, whispers, and private dread. Print gives it a body. A folded, ink-smudged, easily misplaced body. And then morning comes. Bundles are dropped at newsstands. Pages slap against porches. A commuter opens the paper and leaves a faint grey thumbprint along the margin. Somewhere, an official reads the headline and feels the room narrow. Somewhere else, an editor studies the same page and notices a comma that should have been a semicolon. That too is history, grand consequence, minor irritation. Same sheet of paper. The next room in this long archive will have microphones, nameplates, and chairs arranged for accountability. But before the hearing room fills, before testimony settles into the record, there is often this desk, this pencil, this deadline, and one ordinary document saying, with all the risk language can carry, that something is no longer only whispered. On the witness table in many government hearing rooms sits a small cluster of objects that have almost no drama by themselves. A black gooseneck microphone, a paper nameplate, a glass of water, sweating onto a coaster, a stack of prepared remarks clipped at the upper left corner, and somewhere nearby, a court reporter's stenotype machine waiting to turn speech into record. The odd thing is how much history has passed through arrangements this plain. A scandal may begin with a lease, a tape, a balance sheet, a lab report, or an emissions result. But sooner or later, if the machinery of accountability catches it, the document is carried into a room with rows of chairs and asked to speak. The hearing room has its own weather. Wood paneling absorbs the day's coughs and murmurs. Photographers crouch in narrow aisles with camera straps twisted around their wrists. A clerk checks the order of witnesses. Someone adjusts the little red light on a microphone. The gavel is usually smaller than one expects, and more practical. A piece of polished wood designed to bring a room back into itself. I have always found that detail faintly comic. So much public seriousness depends on a small wooden hammer and the willingness of adults to pause when it taps. What happens when secrets meet ceremony is stranger than simple exposure. A hearing does not merely announce that something went wrong. It slows the wrongness down. It gives each part of the lie a chair, a time slot, a folder number, an oath, and a question asked twice because the first answer slid away. That slowness matters. In the life cycle of a scandal, panic tends to move quickly. Rumor moves quickly. Money can move almost instantly. But accountability, when it is working at all, often walks at the speed of paper. The basic choreography is older than television. and older than the scandals we have been circling. A witness is called. The witness stands or raises a hand. An oath is administered, or in some settings an affirmation. A prepared statement may be read into the record. Members or counsel begin questioning. Behind the official voices sits a secondary labour force. Clerks passing binders. Staff attorneys marking pages with sticky tabs. Stenographers listening for every unfinished sentence. Aides carrying notes folded once down the middle. It is formal, and it is also full of ordinary inconvenience. Bad acoustics. Dry mouths. A chair that squeaks at exactly the wrong moment. The contradiction is that hearings look like order, even when the subject is disorder. The room asks everyone to behave as if truth can be approached through turn-taking. 5 minutes here. A question from the chair. A question from the ranking member. A request to enter a document into the record. This is almost touching, in a civic sort of way. The larger scandal may have involved private access, hidden ledgers, manipulated tests, secret payments, false promises, and respectable people nodding along. Then comes a ritual that says, "Sit here, state your name, spell it if necessary, and answer where others can hear." Evidence changes temperature in such a room. A memo that once rested in a filing cabinet becomes an exhibit. A page of figures becomes a question. A letter to investors, a transcript, a contract, a chart, a lab result, a company policy. All lose some of their office innocence. They may still look boring. Usually they do. Black ink, white paper, stapled corners, corporate letterhead with a tasteful logo. Yet the hearing room teaches the eye to distrust neatness a little. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Under questioning, the paperwork has to endure being read aloud. There is a practical method to this. Input, process, output, limitation. The input is the accumulated record, documents, witness statements, timelines, financial data, technical findings, sometimes recordings or emails. The process is structured questioning under public attention, with rules about relevance, time, and procedure. The output is a transcript, a set of findings, perhaps referrals, reforms, resignations, prosecutions, or simply a clearer public memory. The limitation is obvious and worth keeping in view. A hearing can reveal, pressure, embarrass, and organize. It cannot automatically make people honest. Rooms do not have that power. No paneling does. Still, ceremony has force. The oath is a small ritual with a large demand hidden inside it. It asks a person to place their private knowledge into a public frame. For a witness, that can be a heavy crossing. The emotional strain is easy to flatten when one only reads the transcript later. On the page, answers appear tidy. Yes. No. I do not recall. To the best of my knowledge. In the room, those words come from a body. A throat tightens. Fingers align pages that are already aligned. A witness may blink too often, or stare at the nameplate as if the printed letters contain instructions. Officials feel the strain too, though they usually have better chairs. A committee member may arrive with a folder prepared by staff, its margins marked in blue ink. The question has been planned. The possible answer has been anticipated. The follow-up sits beneath it like a second step on a staircase. And yet the room can still go slightly off script. A witness gives more than expected, or less. A document is misunderstood. A questioner performs outrage and loses the thread. I have a small irritation with theatrical questioning, the sort that seems designed for the evening news before it is designed for the record. It can produce heat, certainly. It can also fog the glass. The best hearings, if that is the word, have a patient geometry. They take a confusing scandal and make a map of who knew what, when they knew it, what they signed, what they ignored, and which warning passed from desk to desk without changing anyone's behavior. This is where the hearing room becomes less like a stage and more like an archive, being assembled in real time. History is not waiting politely in the future. It is being typed by the court reporter, line by line, while someone searches for page 37 in the wrong binder. Some of the most consequential public hearings in modern memory had this quality of slow grinding. The Watergate hearings, without retelling that whole earlier room of tapes and burglary, showed how a political cover-up could be drawn into daylight by patient questioning and a national audience willing to sit with procedure. Later corporate hearings, after collapses and frauds, often placed executives before lawmakers and asked them to explain documents that had once circulated with confidence. The spectacle was there, of course. Cameras like spectacle. But beneath it was a more durable thing. The attempt to make private systems answer in public language. A hearing also produces absence. That may be the part that stays with me. Missing emails, vague memories, gaps in minutes. A witness who cannot recall a meeting everyone else remembers differently. An official calendar with an entry too bland to be useful. The record becomes fuller. And at the same time, one sees the edges of what cannot be recovered. We rarely know the exact mood in the office when the first false number was accepted. We may never know which silence was fear and which was calculation. Evidence points, suggests, gathers weight. Some accounts simply stop at the closed door. This uncertainty does not make the ritual pointless. In some ways, it makes the ritual more necessary. A society cannot climb inside every private decision, so it builds rooms where selected pieces of the private world must come forward and sit under fluorescent lights. There is something almost anthropological about it. The raised dais, the witness table, the oath, the transcript, the gavel, the audience seated behind like a village gathered around a difficult story. Modern institutions have their ceremonies too. They just use microphones and bottled water. And the ceremony has a symbolic logic that is easy to miss. Scandal often begins when official forms are used to disguise reality. A clean audit, a signed lease, a quarterly statement, a technical report. Everything appears to be in its proper place. The hearing room reverses the direction of formality. It uses official form to reopen what official form had sealed. The same culture of stamps, signatures, and minutes that help the lie survive, is asked to dismantle it. That is a dry little irony, but a useful one. The pace can feel maddening. A question is asked. The witness consults counsel. The chair recognizes another member. A document is submitted for the record. Someone asks for extra time. Outside, reporters wait near metal barriers. Inside, the air grows stale. Yet this slow method has a civic mercy in it. It resists the appetite for instant judgment, at least on its better days. It allows a complicated failure to become legible without pretending it was simple from the beginning. Perhaps that is why hearing rooms linger in the memory of scandals. They are where the private interval ends. The long stretch when insiders may know the truth is dying, while the world still sees a polished surface. In the hearing room, the polished surface is placed under a public hand and turned over. Sometimes what appears underneath is clear. Sometimes it is scratched, partial, and faint. By the end of the day, the microphones are switched off. Staff. The record for A Family Kitchen. Scandal at home begins with a kitchen table, a cold cup of tea, a radio murmuring news. In plain terms, the question is, how does a scandal echo in the quiet of home? The useful pressure is the rituals of coping. Tea, conversation, silence. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A family kitchen leaves almost no archive. A Formica table, a chipped mug, a newspaper folded open to a hearing transcript, a telephone cord twisted from too many calls. The public record may preserve the subpoena, the indictment, the resignation letter, the sworn testimony. At home, the evidence is thinner. A cold cup of tea by the sink, a radio turned low so the children in the next room will not hear every name. Mail stacked beside a bread box, some of it ordinary, some of it suddenly dangerous. That is the small room scandals eventually enter. After the hearing room, with its microphones and nameplates and polished rituals of accountability, the story does not end. It travels home in a coat pocket. It sits down at the kitchen table with the person whose surname has just become a headline. It changes the sound of the telephone. It makes the front step feel exposed. A family learns, sometimes within a single afternoon, that private life has doors, and public disgrace knows how to knock. The contradiction is plain enough to hold in the hand. Scandals are built from official objects. The lease, the tape, the balance sheet, the investor statement, the lab report, the emissions result. Yet the damage often arrives through domestic objects. A paycheck that may stop. A pension statement opened with slightly colder fingers. A school bag dropped near a television, where an anchor is saying a parent's employer, or a spouse's office, or a family friend's firm has become part of an investigation. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. And when the paperwork failed, everyone nearby had to learn a new household language. In Houston, after Enron's collapse, the public story was about accounting structures, executives, auditors, and bankruptcy filings. The home story was simpler and harder to file. Employees had mortgages, utility bills, refrigerator magnets, Retirement accounts that had seemed respectable because respectable people kept saying so. Some had company stock folded into the future like a careful napkin. Then the future tore. A person could understand nothing about mark-to-market accounting and still know the new math at the kitchen table. What comes in, what must go out, what can be delayed, what cannot. That is one reason scandal history should be careful with cleverness. It is easy, too easy, to admire the absurd machinery of the fraud and forget the person holding a calculator beside a bowl of cooling soup. I have a small, persistent sympathy for the households that had to do arithmetic after the speeches were over. Arithmetic is unforgiving in a way testimony rarely is. The record gives us pieces. Court filings describe losses. Bankruptcy documents list claims. News cameras show employees carrying cardboard boxes from offices, with desk plants and framed photographs tucked under one arm. Those images are public and almost ceremonial now. The missing evidence is the evening afterward. Who made dinner? Who avoided saying the obvious? Who washed a coffee cup 3 times because hands need a task when the mind has too many? Some families of the accused faced a different kind of domestic weather. Sudden notoriety turns a home into a receiving station. Calls arrive from lawyers, reporters, old acquaintances, people who want distance, people who want reassurance. The answering machine, that humble little witness in many late 20th century homes, became a gatekeeper. A spouse might learn to screen voices. A child might learn not to pick up. Curtains become practical objects again, less about decoration than sightlines. The odd thing is that scandal often makes ordinary habits feel staged. Going to the grocery store, walking the dog, taking out the bins before collection day. These are small acts, almost invisible in regular life. Under attention, they become performances of normality. A family buying milk can look like evidence of composure. A closed front door can look like guilt. A person has very little control over the meaning strangers attach to a loaf of bread. With Madoff, the domestic echo moved through trust networks that had once felt almost familial. Money passed through clubs, charities, foundations, synagogues, country houses, dinner tables, and recommendations whispered over coffee. The account statement was the official object, clean and reassuring. The kitchen version was more intimate. Someone had persuaded someone else because trust had a social texture. It had names, handshakes, holiday cards, shared doctors, old loyalties. When the scheme collapsed, the injury did not stay inside finance. It entered friendships. It sat between relatives. It made people replay conversations that had once seemed harmless. A scandal at home often produces a strange ritual of memory. Families ask when they first noticed something wrong. The late-night call, the changed mood after a meeting, the unexplained caution around a file folder, a sentence at dinner that sounded ordinary then and suspicious later. Memory becomes a room people keep walking through, moving the chairs, trying to find the draft. Of course, we should be cautious. Private life is the place where the record becomes least reliable. Memoirs polish. Interviews protect. Diaries, when they survive, can be raw, selective, or written for an imagined future reader. Many people connected to scandals leave no account at all, which may be the most dignified choice available. Historians can follow bank transfers and court dates more easily than silence at breakfast. Some accounts simply stop at the doorstep. Still, the pattern appears often enough to study. Input: a public accusation, a leak, a failed audit, a televised denial. Process: calls, explanations, legal advice, household budgeting, reputation management, family argument, family loyalty, exhaustion. Output: a new routine, narrower friendships, changed surnames in search engines, a different relationship to the morning paper. Limitation: no diagram can show the full weight of shame or relief, or the strange comfort of washing dishes because dishes remain answerable. Soap, water, plate, rack. A small system that still works. There is a quiet, philosophical trap here. We like to imagine public and private life as separate rooms, divided by a hallway and a door with a reliable latch. Scandal reveals something less tidy. Institutions are made of people who go home. A fraudulent balance sheet may be prepared in an office tower, reviewed by counsel, approved in a boardroom, and then carried in the body of a tired person who has to remember to buy eggs. Power wears suits in public, then stands in socks on kitchen tile. That detail keeps returning to me. Socks on tile. It lowers the temperature of the whole subject. For families, coping can look unimpressive from the outside because survival is often unimpressive. Tea, toast, a list on the refrigerator, a relative driving over with a casserole because nobody knows what else to do, a parent deciding how much to tell a child before school, a spouse placing legal papers in a drawer that also holds batteries, rubber bands, and takeout menus. Human beings have an old habit of putting catastrophe beside utensils. The resilience in these rooms should not be romanticized. Some households fracture. Some close ranks around denial. Some discover loyalty has limits. Others adjust slowly, awkwardly, with ordinary kindness and practical fatigue. A family can love someone and still be bewildered by what that person did. A person can be innocent of the fraud and still inherit its weather. The unresolved edge is responsibility. How far does a scandal spread from the person who signed the document? The law has its answers, and they matter. Public judgment has other answers, often rougher. Home has a third answer, made of bills, names, embarrassment, affection, and the need to decide whether dinner is still at 7. Perhaps that is why the family kitchen belongs in the archive, even if it rarely appears there. It is where the official lie becomes daily life. It is where the beautiful mission statement, the clean audit, the confident denial, and the respectable signature are translated back into human scale. A room with a kettle, a table, a radio, murmuring news, and someone sitting very still, listening as the world outside rearranges the meaning of their name. The document leaves the office. The echo comes home, and for a while, history sits among the cups. A safe deposit box leaves a surprisingly plain record. A box number, a signature card, a rent receipt, and sometimes a little stamped line showing the last visit. The box itself may be steel, about the size of a shoebox or a desk drawer, fitted into a wall of identical doors inside a bank vault. To open it, 2 keys are usually needed. One belongs to the customer. One stays with the bank. It is a small ritual of mutual permission, performed in metal. That ritual is the first oddity. Hidden wealth often depends on institutions that look respectable from the pavement: polished counters, marble floors, a teller's window, a manager with a tie slightly too tight at the neck. The safe deposit box sits in the middle of that respectability. It is private, but official. It hides, but with a receipt. A vault has its own weather. The air feels cooler than the lobby. Shoes sound different on the floor, flatter and more careful. A bank employee may slide the long metal box from its slot and carry it to a small viewing room where the customer is left alone with a table, a chair, and perhaps a wastebasket that has seen things it could not possibly understand. I have always found that little room more interesting than the vault itself. The vault is theatre. The side room is where the hands do the work. Inside such boxes, investigators have found ordinary treasures and very strange ones. Gold coins wrapped in paper, unset diamonds in cotton, stock certificates, property deeds, passports, watches, bearer bonds, small envelopes of cash, jewelry in velvet pouches, and family documents folded along old creases. Some items are sentimental. Some are insurance against flight. Some are simply awkward to explain. Hidden assets have a practical problem. Wealth wants to be useful, but concealment makes it less useful. A painting on a wall can be admired. A necklace in a drawer can be worn. Money in an account can move with a few typed instructions. But a diamond sealed in a bank box is waiting. It has become a form of frozen possibility. That is the trade-off. To hide something well, you often have to remove it from daily life. In scandals, that trade-off matters. The public story says one thing: a salary, a balance sheet, a declared estate, a tax filing, a campaign account, a modest official income. Somewhere else, another story may be sitting behind a small numbered door. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. The account was clean. The declaration was neat. The signature was in the right place. Then someone asks what sits outside the page. A safe deposit box is useful because the bank may not know what is inside. It records access, not meaning. The clerk sees the box carried in and out. The inventory, if one ever happens, comes later. Under court order, after a death, during a bankruptcy, in an asset investigation, or when rent goes unpaid long enough for the bank to drill the lock. The mechanism is simple. Privacy goes in. Suspicion accumulates outside. Eventually, authority arrives with a locksmith, a witness, a list, and numbered evidence bags. That is where concealment becomes oddly bureaucratic. Gloved hands lift a brooch, weigh a stack of coins, Unfold a deed. Read a name on a certificate. Someone photographs the contents beside a ruler. Someone writes yellow metal, because legal inventories often prefer cautious language to romance. Gold becomes yellow metal. Diamonds become clear stones. A velvet pouch becomes one cloth bag, dark-colored. The human urge to possess is translated into the dull grammar of evidence. The most famous hidden fortunes of modern scandals often moved through banks, foundations, shell companies, and offshore accounts rather than little steel boxes. Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos, after the fall of their rule in the Philippines, became associated with a long effort to recover wealth believed to have been hidden through foreign accounts, foundations, real estate, and valuable objects. Some recovered items were spectacular in the plainest possible way: jewelry, documents, records of transfers, things that had to be handled, catalogued, disputed, stored. The exact paths of such money can be difficult to reconstruct. That is partly the point. Hidden assets are designed to become tiresome. Tiresome is powerful. A scandal may begin as a headline, but asset recovery becomes years of forms, treaties, ownership claims, bank secrecy rules, inheritance disputes, appraisals, and court filings. One country asks another for records. A lawyer argues over beneficial ownership. A bank produces documents with blacked-out sections. A government commission builds a room full of folders. I have a weary respect for that kind of work. It lacks glamour completely, which may be why it sometimes gets closer to truth. The safe deposit box teaches a smaller version of the same lesson. Wealth can be hidden by distance, by complexity, by other people's names, or by placing it in a room where nobody is supposed to ask too many questions. The box is almost quaint now, beside encrypted ledgers and offshore structures. Still, it has a stubborn appeal. A key in a pocket, a signature at the desk, a guard who remembers faces, but not contents. Human secrecy likes objects it can touch, and objects change the mood of a scandal. Numbers on a screen can seem abstract. A necklace laid on brown paper has a different weight. A deed with a notary stamp points to land somewhere. Perhaps a house with a gate, a field, a strip of waterfront, a warehouse with dust along the sill. Gold coins have edges that press into the skin. Cash smells faintly of cloth, ink, and many hands. These details do not make the concealment larger, exactly. They make it closer. A hidden asset is also a small act of imagination. The person hiding it is picturing a future moment. Escape, denial, inheritance, bargaining, survival, maybe simple vanity. They are building a private bridge from the present to a hoped-for later. If everything collapses, the box remains. If questions come, the account has another name. If the official record fails, perhaps the necklace can be sold. It is a cold kind of planning, and also a very human one. What we cannot always know is intention. A safe deposit box can hold a grandmother's ring and a forged passport in the same square of metal. A foreign account can be used for ordinary business, tax avoidance, bribery, political escape, or fear of an unstable state. The evidence points, but it does not always confess. Some records simply show access on a Tuesday afternoon, then silence. The unresolved edge is the missing remainder. Recovered fortunes almost always suggest a larger map than anyone can fully draw. A few accounts. A burn bag is a dull object for something with such a guilty name. Heavy cloth or tough nylon. Metal grommets at the mouth. A drawstring. Sometimes a tag or red marking that tells a clerk where this paper is supposed to go. In a government office after hours, it might sit beside a grey filing cabinet, taking in draft memos, classified printouts, handwritten notes, carbons, fax cover sheets, and the little scraps people tear from the edge of a document when the copier jams. The bag itself makes no accusation. It just waits. The practice is ordinary, and that is worth saying first. Sensitive material has to be destroyed. Embassies, ministries, defense contractors, law offices, hospitals, and financial firms all develop routines for turning private information into waste. A page goes into a locked bin. A courier moves it. A shredder cuts it. A furnace or pulper finishes the work. Input, process, output. Paper becomes strips. Pulp, ash. The limitation is also simple. Destruction works best when nobody later needs to prove what was on the page. Scandal enters through that narrow door. Every scandal eventually produces documents it wishes had never existed. The invoice with the wrong description. The memo that says more than the meeting minutes admit. The spreadsheet tab that someone forgot to hide. The draft letter, printed once, marked up in blue pen, and left near a coffee ring. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. So when the lie begins to fail, paperwork becomes dangerous in a very physical way. It has weight. It has corners. It can be carried under an arm. The ritual of evidence destruction has a strange, almost priestly quality, though the tools are office tools. Someone removes staples because blades do not like metal. Someone feeds pages into a cross-cut shredder, listening to the motor thicken and complain. Someone ties a bag closed with a plastic seal. A supervisor signs a log. A cleaning worker may be told, vaguely, that this bin is special. I have a small practical sympathy for the person who has to empty these things. History may later call it a moment of concealment, but at the time, it can resemble one more irritating task near the end of a long shift. In the panic interval, the same routine changes meaning. A retention policy becomes a shield. A tidy desk becomes a performance. A shredder that once served housekeeping begins to sound like machinery with an opinion. During the Enron collapse, Arthur Andersen employees destroyed Enron-related audit documents under a document retention policy while federal scrutiny was approaching. The legal story became complicated. The accounting firm was convicted of obstruction in 2002, and the Supreme Court later reversed that conviction because of flawed jury instructions. By then, the firm itself had largely disintegrated. That is the part I find bleakly instructive. Paper can be destroyed quickly. Trust, once scorched, has a slower chemistry. The contradiction is plain enough. Institutions need rules for destroying records, because keeping everything forever is impossible. Paper accumulates like snow. Servers fill, Old drafts confuse new decisions. Lawyers and auditors know this. Archivists know it too, with a weary patience that I admire. A world with no disposal would drown in its own receipts. Yet when a scandal is ripening, ordinary disposal can become selective forgetting. The question is not only what was thrown away, it is who chose the timing and what they hoped would remain unasked. A burn bag makes secrecy feel final, but finality is hard to achieve. Documents have a social life before they vanish. They are emailed, copied, initialed, summarized, quoted in calls, placed in binders, scanned to shared drives, printed for meetings, and carried home in someone's memory. A page may die in a furnace, while its twin survives in a basement box in another city. A deleted message may leave a trace in a backup system. A shredded report may still be readable if the strips are long enough and someone has the patience of a monk with tweezers. The odd thing is, erasure often creates its own evidence. A missing file, a gap in numbering, a log with too many entries on one nervous afternoon. Watergate left one of the most famous gaps in modern political memory, the 18.5-minute erasure on a White House tape. Technicians and investigators debated how it happened, and no simple answer settled every doubt. That missing sound became almost an object itself, a blank space people could point to. In other scandals, the missing thing is less elegant. A box is gone. A server was wiped. A cabinet seems too clean. Some accounts simply stop there. Fire has always had this false promise of purity. Paper curls, blackens, brightens at the edge, then collapses into grey flakes light enough to lift in a draught. The smell is sour and dry, especially when ink, adhesive, and toner join the smoke. In a proper incinerator, there is less theatre. A metal door, a blast of heat, a container of residue. Sometimes a certificate saying destruction occurred. Bureaucracy even gives ash a receipt. I do not know whether that is comforting or ridiculous. Possibly both. The anxiety underneath evidence destruction is more interesting than the act itself. A person feeding pages into a shredder already knows the truth exists. The world may not know yet. The board may still be meeting. The spokesperson may still be using calm phrases. Investors, voters, patients or employees may still be reading official statements saying everything is fine. But inside the system, someone has felt the floor tilt. That is the private weather of scandal. The lie continues to function in public, while, in some back office, people begin to manage its remains. Destroying evidence also changes the moral temperature of a room. Before destruction, the scandal may still be argued as confusion, bad judgment, sloppy oversight, ambition with a poor filing system. After destruction, the story grows narrower. Someone believed the record mattered. Someone believed absence would be useful. That belief tells us something, even if the page itself has gone. A burned memo leaves no paragraph to quote, but it leaves a gesture. Of course, caution belongs here. Not every missing record is sinister. Floods happen. Systems fail. Offices move. People label boxes badly. Anyone who has opened an old archive carton knows the humble chaos of human administration. Bent folders, rusted paper clips, rubber bands gone brittle, a note saying miscellaneous in handwriting that helps nobody. History should not turn every absence into a conspiracy. Still, scandals teach a modest lesson. When many powerful people benefit from a record disappearing at just the right moment, coincidence starts to look overworked. A burn bag, then, is less an ending than a wager. It bets that the document is the only body of the secret. It bets against copies, against habit, against the bored clerk who kept a duplicate because the printer was unreliable, against the auditor who wrote down a number in a notebook, against the assistant who remembers being told to stay late on a Thursday. It bets against the stubbornness of paper, and paper is more stubborn than it looks. What remains after destruction is often small. The smell of smoke in a corridor, plastic shreds caught in a bin wheel, a missing attachment mentioned in an email, a witness who recalls the sound of the shredder running past office hours. These are not grand objects. They are leftovers from a failed disappearance. And perhaps that is the paradox of the burn bag. It is meant to make secrets sleep. Yet in the history of scandal, the act of erasing can wake them. The document goes into the fire, and the question steps out, lighter than ash, harder to sweep away. The record for a meeting in the park. Informal alliances begins with the detail of fallen leaves, distant city noise, a folded newspaper. In plain terms, the question is what deals are made without a record. The useful pressure is the role of trust and body language. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. The record, when it exists at all, is usually insulting in its smallness. A diary line reading, walk. A taxi receipt with the ink fading at the edges. A calendar square marked only with initials. A folded newspaper left on the passenger seat. In an inquiry file, such things sit beside typed minutes and signed statements. Thin as fallen leaves pressed in a book, and somehow more troublesome. A formal meeting knows how to announce itself. It has a room number, a glass pitcher of water, a list of attendees, a clock on the wall, perhaps one person taking notes too quickly with a ballpoint pen. An informal meeting prefers softer materials. Damp wool, gravel under shoes, a paper coffee cup cooling on a park bench, the low metal scrape of a city trash bin being emptied nearby, while two people discuss something they would rather not say under fluorescent lights. A meeting in the park has a peculiar innocence to it. Parks are made for ordinary movement. Office clerks eat sandwiches there. Retired men read the racing pages. A parent wipes mud from a child's shoe with a napkin. Pigeons conduct their small, ridiculous politics around the base of a statue. And because everything seems public, a private conversation can pass almost unnoticed. Two figures walking side by side along an iron fence may look less suspicious than two figures sitting across from each other in a closed room. That is the first useful contradiction. Public space can become a private theatre. Scandals often leave behind official objects: the lease, the transcript, the balance sheet, the lab report, the emissions result. The lie as we have been circling it, usually arrives dressed as paperwork. Yet before the document is prepared, before the signature dries, before the lawyer polishes the wording into something calm and survivable, there may be a smaller arrangement. A nod. A phrase repeated twice. A pause after a name. The kind of agreement that no one wants to call an agreement while it is happening. I have a small, perhaps unreasonable distrust of conversations described later as general understandings. The phrase has the softness of a hotel pillow and the usefulness of fog. It can mean that nothing was promised. It can mean that everything important was promised, and everyone in the room or on the path understood the shape of it. In case files, informal alliances are often reconstructed from their edges. A security log shows that one person left the building at 12:42. A phone record shows a call that lasted 19 seconds. A driver remembers waiting near a curb by a line of plane trees. A staff assistant says the minister returned with wet shoes, though no rain had been falling that afternoon. None of these details proves the soul of a conversation. They only mark the disturbance around it, like reeds bending after something has moved through water. The subtlety matters, because many scandals do not begin with a written conspiracy. They begin with an atmosphere of permission. Someone powerful indicates that a shortcut would be welcome. Someone cautious learns which questions cause the room to stiffen. Someone ambitious hears in a phrase about flexibility, the chance to become useful. The input is trust, status, and shared advantage. The process is repetition. Lunch, walk, phone call, after-hours visit, a few words near the elevator. The output is a working alliance that may never need to be written down. Its limitation is memory. Memory is a poor filing system, especially when people have reasons to misplace things inside it. Later, under questioning, one person recalls a casual conversation. Another remembers a firm instruction. A third insists they were only speaking hypothetically. The park bench, if anyone bothers to inspect it, has nothing to add. It has collected rain, leaf stains, and the faint smell of coffee. Wood is discreet. So is cast iron. This is where body language becomes evidence in the weakest and most human sense. Not legal evidence, necessarily. Human evidence. Who approached whom first? Whether a hand was offered. Whether one person sat while the other remained standing. Whether the folded newspaper was a prop, a signal, or merely something to read on the train. We should be careful here. It is easy to overread gestures after the fact. A glance becomes strategy. A silence becomes confession. Historians and investigators both have to resist the temptation to turn every inconvenience into a symbol. There are stranger stories waiting here for the next long night. Still, people do communicate through small arrangements of the body. A walk avoids the face-to-face geometry of a desk. Side-by-side movement can make difficult speech easier. No one has to hold eye contact. Shoes keep time on the path. A dog passes. A bus exhales at the corner. The city provides interruptions that can be used as covers or as mercy. You can save this one for another night when sleep feels distant again. The role of trust in these alliances is almost embarrassingly old-fashioned. Even in scandals involving software patches, offshore filings, audit letters, encrypted messages, and complicated financial structures. The human center can be strangely plain. Do I trust this person to keep quiet? Do they trust me to deliver? Will either of us pretend later that we misunderstood? A written contract turns a promise into an object. An unwritten contract turns two people into the object. That seems efficient for about 15 minutes. Then time begins to work on it. Promotions happen. Elections are lost. Markets fall. A reporter calls. A regulator asks for the earlier version of a document. The alliance that felt warm and clever in the park becomes brittle. Someone starts keeping notes. Someone else starts remembering differently. The odd thing is that informal agreements often borrow the costume of friendship. A walk among trees feels less transactional than a meeting in a boardroom. A sandwich in a paper wrapper feels more innocent than a catered lunch behind a locked door. I do feel some practical sympathy for the minor aide or clerk pulled into these arrangements, carrying a folder under one arm, trying to decide whether the conversation is official enough to record. Bureaucracy can be dreary, but sometimes its dreariness protects people. Minutes, signatures, attendance sheets, dull little railings along the edge of a cliff. Public spaces also give plausible explanations to anyone who needs one. A park near a ministry, a courthouse square, a river path behind a financial district, a bench outside a hotel garden. These places are full of accidental meetings. Two people can say they happened to cross paths. They can say they spoke about families, weather, a newspaper headline, the construction noise on the next street. Perhaps they did. Perhaps the consequential sentence took only 7 seconds, tucked between harmless topics like a pin in cloth. Some accounts simply stop there. That is the unresolved edge of this kind of evidence. We can trace movement, compare diaries, notice contradictions, read testimony, and examine the official document that later emerged looking clean and obedient. But the unwritten moment remains partly beyond capture. The original tone of voice is gone. The exact pressure behind a phrase is gone. The little tremor of hesitation, if it happened, left no archive. And yet history is crowded with these almost invisible alliances. The respectable chorus often forms before it sings in public. Lawyers, advisors, executives, politicians, investors, auditors. They do not always need a grand plan. Sometimes they need only a shared sense that everyone important would prefer the same version of events. Belief becomes social. Silence becomes professional. The document appears later, with margins aligned and language softened, saying everything is fine. A park meeting reminds us that scandal has a social body. It walks. It waits at crosswalks. It lowers its voice when a jogger passes. It checks whether anyone from the office is nearby. It may buy 2 coffees and forget which one had milk. Ridiculous, really. How much history can depend on such perishable things? The next record may be a calendar marked in red, or a date circled after the fact, by someone who finally understands what it meant. For now, the bench is empty again. Leaves gather under it. Distant traffic presses against the trees. Somewhere, an ordinary document is being prepared, and behind it, perhaps, a conversation no one wrote down. The record for a calendar. Marked in red, the slow reveal begins with the detail of faded paper, thumbtacks, a pen lying askew. In plain terms, the question is how scandals unfold over time, not in a moment. The useful pressure is the tension of waiting for consequences. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A wall calendar has a way of making dread look tidy. 31 small boxes, a metal spiral or 2 brass-colored staples at the top, a pair of thumbtacks pressed into cork, and one date circled in red ink so firmly that the paper fibers have begun to roughen. Around it, other days are crossed out with a ballpoint pen. Monday gone, Tuesday gone, a coffee ring touching the edge of the month. The pen lies slightly askew beneath it, as if someone set it down in the middle of deciding whether to wait, confess, call a lawyer, or simply go home. That calendar is one of the least dramatic objects in the archive of scandal, and possibly one of the most truthful. Scandals rarely become public in the same instant they become real. The fraud, the bribe, the forged statement, the altered test, the hidden account, all of that may already exist for months or years before the world names it. The lie has entered the room. It has a file number. It has initials in the margin. It has been photocopied twice. But outside the room, the buses still run. Lunches are ordered. Minutes are approved. And someone in accounting has to replace the toner cartridge. The slow reveal is its own strange phase in the life cycle of a lie. Before the collapse, there is the interval when truth is present, but consequences have not arrived. A reporter has one document and needs another. An auditor has noticed one number that behaves badly. A staffer has heard enough to worry, though perhaps not enough to prove. A regulator has scheduled a meeting 3 weeks away. In that space, the calendar becomes a measuring device for pressure. I have a small sympathy for the ordinary calendar keeper in these stories. Not the mastermind, not the fixer, not the polished person at the microphone. I mean the assistant changing appointments, the clerk stamping received dates, the junior lawyer adding follow-up in a narrow square. History often remembers the hearing, the resignation, the bankruptcy, the indictment. It is less attentive to the Wednesday before, when someone carried a stack of folders down a hallway and tried not to look too interested. The evidence in a scandal usually moves more slowly than suspicion. Suspicion is vaporous. It travels through hallways, dinners, private phone calls, little pauses after someone asks a simple question. Evidence has weight. It must be printed, copied, logged, backed up, subpoenaed, translated into a timeline. A tape must be transcribed. A balance sheet must be compared with bank records. A lab report must be checked against the machine that supposedly produced it. An emissions result must be repeated on a road. Outside the obedient conditions of a test bay. Input, process, output, limitation. That is the calm diagram of exposure. The input is a contradiction. A payment without a clean purpose. A result too perfect. A statement that cannot be reconciled with cash. A machine that behaves differently when watched. The process is slow human labor. Reading, checking, calling, asking again, filing motions, waiting for access. The output is a clearer story. The limitation is that people can delay almost every step. They can misplace a memo, narrow a request, answer a different question, or schedule the meeting after the holiday. Small delays matter. A week is nothing in a history book. A week inside a scandal can feel like weather, trapped indoors. The same carpet, the same plastic badge clipped to a belt loop, the same elevator chime. Outside, rain may gather in the gutters, and newspapers may arrive folded in blue rubber bands. Inside, someone has marked Friday in red, because Friday is when the auditors return, or when the board meets, or when the court wants the documents, or when investors can withdraw their money. You can save this one for another night when sleep feels distant again. If this helped the room feel softer, you can save it and return later. The contradiction of the slow reveal is that daily life keeps its manners. People answer email. They refill water glasses in conference rooms. They make copies with the lid of the copier, lifting and falling, lifting and falling. A soft plastic clap. The office plants continue to need water, which is almost rude of them. I find that detail oddly useful. A crisis may be enormous in meaning and still depend on a stapler, a courier envelope, a shared drive, a person remembering where the older files were stored. In several famous scandals, the reveal came through one public moment, yet the moment had been assembling itself for a long while. Watergate is remembered through hearings, tapes, and resignation, but the calendar of it stretched across break-ins, court appearances, newspaper stories, subpoenas, and legal pressure. Enron's collapse seemed abrupt to many employees and investors, though questions about debt, accounting structures, and credibility had been accumulating beforehand. Madoff's scheme broke open when withdrawals overwhelmed the old performance of steadiness. Theranos unraveled through reporting, testimony, inspection, and the stubborn difference between promise and working instrument. Volkswagen's emissions deception became visible when tests refused to match the story the cars had been telling. Each case had its own machinery. Still, the calendar looks familiar. A red circle around a deadline. A legal pad with names. A phone log. A binder tab labeled Response. The lie did not look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. That remains the most unsettling part for me. Paperwork is designed to soothe society. It says, here is the lease. Here is the statement. Here is the report. Here is the result. Here is the official version that lets everyone move on to supper. Then, after enough pressure, the same paperwork changes character. It becomes the place where reality was edited. One missing piece can hold the whole reveal in suspension. A deleted email may exist in a backup, or it may be gone. A witness may remember a meeting clearly, or may recall only the table, the coffee, the weather, and the feeling that someone had asked them to ignore something. A red mark on a calendar may mean a board call, a doctor's appointment, a child's recital. or the day everything was supposed to be fixed quietly. The record does not always explain itself. Some accounts simply stop at the edge of a date. That uncertainty matters. Clean timelines are often made afterward when investigators, journalists, courts, and historians lay the pieces out on a long table. Before that, the people inside the scandal are living in fog with office furniture. They may know too much to feel innocent, and too little to act cleanly. They may hope for a merger, a payment, a political favor, a market turn, a favorable test, a friendly regulator. One more month. The calendar becomes a small altar to postponement, and postponement is powerful. It allows a company to issue one more statement. It allows an official to deny knowledge until the next document appears. It allows respectable people around the lie to adjust their distance from it. Lawyers ask careful questions. Auditors request support. Board members speak in phrases with soft edges. Investors reassure one another because reassurance is cheaper than panic, at least at first. The respectable chorus does not always sing loudly. Sometimes it hums through procedure. The relief after revelation is complicated. When the marked date finally arrives, truth may become clearer, but clarity can bring its own cold air. Jobs disappear. Reputations fall. Charities, families, shareholders, patients, voters, and employees begin counting losses in practical units. Rent, tuition, savings, trust, time. The exposure may feel necessary and still leave the room messier than before. I dislike stories that treat collapse as a neat moral bell ringing at the end. The bell rings, yes, but then someone has to sweep the floor. Perhaps that is why the calendar belongs in the archive. It reminds us that scandal is temporal before it is theatrical. It happens in increments. A postponed call, a delayed filing, a second test, a nervous weekend, a morning when the newspaper lands harder than usual on the doorstep. The red circle is not only the day of exposure, it is the day everyone had been moving toward while pretending the month was ordinary. And after the date passes, the calendar remains on the wall a little longer. The ink does not fade at once. The thumbtacks still hold. Someone may turn the page to the next month, smoothing the paper with the side of a hand, because offices continue even after revelations. History moves forward through small boxes. It crosses out days. It leaves one square marked too heavily, as if the pen knew before the people did. The record for a letter from the past. Scandal. Remembered begins with the detail of handwritten script, faded ink, the smell of old paper. In plain terms, the question is how scandals change as they are retold. The useful pressure is how stories shift with time and retelling. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. The envelope is the size of an ordinary bill. Cream paper, gone brittle at the flap, with a postmark blurred by rain and a return address written in blue ink that has feathered slightly into the fibers. Inside, the letter has been folded into thirds, then folded once more, badly, as if someone put it away in a hurry. A newspaper clipping is tucked behind it, held by a paperclip that has left two small rust stains, like little weather marks on the page. That is one way a scandal survives after the hearing room empties and the calendar stops being marked in red. It becomes a thing in a box. A letter from an uncle. A typed note from a lawyer. A clipping saved by someone's mother because she knew somehow that the story would matter later. The official record may keep the dates, the indictments, the resignations, the fines. The private record keeps the bewilderment. It keeps the sentence that begins, "I still cannot believe they did this," and then wanders into grocery prices, a child's school play, the weather. I have a fondness for these mixed documents. They are inconvenient to interpret. And maybe that is why they feel honest. A scandal, while it is happening, seems to demand clean categories. Who knew? Who signed? Who lied? Who profited? Later, in the drawer, it is surrounded by recipes, stamps, funeral cards, warranty papers, and one photograph where nobody wrote the names on the back. History is rarely filed with the dignity historians would prefer. It is filed wherever there was room. A letter from the past does a strange thing to scandal. It makes the event smaller and larger at once. Smaller because the grand public machinery has been reduced to one person's handwriting, one kitchen table, one household trying to understand why the evening news suddenly feels personal. Larger because memory begins adding layers that the official file cannot hold. Shame, vindication, family silence. The odd little pride of having suspected something before everyone else did. By the time a scandal is remembered, it has usually changed shape. Watergate becomes, for some, a story about tapes and resignation. For others, it is a story about trust breaking in a living room, while a television set clicked and warmed. Enron becomes accounting language in a business textbook, and also a cardboard box carried from an office building by someone who thought they had a retirement plan. Madoff becomes a number so large it almost stops meaning anything, and also an account statement kept in a folder because it once represented safety. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. Later, it looks like family memory. The record, then, is not only what happened, it is what people could bear to keep. In archives, letters are often placed in acid-free folders, flattened gently, numbered in pencil and separated from newspaper clippings, because old newsprint turns sour and tan with age. The paper has chemistry in it. So does memory. A clipping saved beside a letter may slowly stain the very page meant to preserve it. I find that practical detail almost too neat, though real life is allowed its symbolism now and then. The thing kept as proof can damage the thing kept as feeling. Retelling works in much the same way. A scandal enters a household or a nation as an event, then passes through need. A parent explains it to a child. A journalist compresses it into a column. A teacher turns it into a lesson. A survivor chooses which parts can be spoken aloud at dinner and which parts are better left in a sealed envelope. Input, process, output, limitation. The input is the rupture. The process is repetition under pressure. The output is a story. The limitation is that stories must fit into mouths, and mouths get tired. Over time, absurdity often rises to the top. The ridiculous detail is easier to carry than the injury. A break-in that seems almost foolish. A company name that becomes shorthand. A machine taught to pass a test. A vial, a tape, a lease, a balance sheet, each becoming a small emblem. People remember the object because the full system is too large to hold in the mind at once. There is no shame in that. Human beings have always used tokens. Rings, seals, relics, receipts. The object lets the mind touch the story without entering the whole burning building. Still, something is lost when scandal becomes anecdote. The letter may say, everyone knew, though everyone did not. Or it may say, nobody knew, though warnings had been lying around in plain sight, unread or inconvenient. Memory likes moral weather. It prefers a clear storm, a clean sky afterward. The evidence is usually messier. People half knew. People suspected. People looked away for ordinary reasons. A job, a friendship, a political loyalty, a mortgage payment, a fear of sounding foolish. The old letter may preserve the emotion of a moment while misremembering the architecture of it. That is the contradiction. Personal artifacts feel closer to truth because they are intimate. They can also be wildly partial. A handwritten page carries pressure from one hand, one room, one mood. Perhaps the writer had a cold. Perhaps the radio was on. Perhaps they were trying not to worry someone. A diary entry written during a scandal can be braver or more frightened than the person would later admit. A saved clipping may show what seemed important on Tuesday, before Thursday rearranged the meaning of everything. Some families become curators of scandal without intending to. They keep the letter from the investor who apologized, the union notice, the subpoena copy, the resignation announcement clipped from the paper, a grandmother's note in the margin. He always seemed honest. And that margin note may be the most useful line in the folder. It tells us that trust was not abstract. It had a face, a voice, a suit that fit well enough, a handshake at a charity dinner, a promise printed on decent paper. And then there are the missing artifacts. The letters thrown away because they hurt. The files lost in a move. The cassette tape recorded over. The box that sat under a basement pipe until water softened the labels into grey pulp. Historians are sometimes forced to build meaning around absence, which is a humbling trade. One can infer, compare, cross-check, and still reach a place where the record simply stops. I have never liked pretending otherwise. A neat answer can be a kind of vandalism when the evidence has gone quiet. The comfort of remembering is that scandal becomes survivable in language. People name it, sort it, argue over it, place it on a shelf. The discomfort is that naming can make it too tidy. A wound becomes a case. A case becomes a chapter. A chapter becomes a reference someone uses in passing while making tea. History does this all the time. It folds pain into paper and asks paper to behave. Yet old letters also resist closure. Their creases remain. The ink fades unevenly. The envelope keeps the pressure mark of a thumb. Even when the scandal has been explained and indexed, the artifact murmurs that someone once received the news in real time, without the benefit of hindsight, and had to decide what to believe before the world had finished deciding. Perhaps that is why a letter from the past feels different from an official report. The report tells us where the machinery failed. The letter tells us how it felt to hear the machinery grinding from the next room. Between those two records, scandal changes from event into memory, and memory into warning. Though a warning is a fragile thing, it can be kept for decades and still be ignored the moment a clean document arrives, saying everything is fine. Old paper asks very little. A dry box, a steady shelf, hands that do not hurry. But it gives back an uneasy gift. The knowledge that every public scandal eventually becomes private weather somewhere. A family story. A folded clipping. A name nobody mentions without pausing. And beyond that, perhaps, a pattern beginning to show itself. Faintly, like writing pressed through from the other side of the page. The record for a map of patterns. Scandal as ritual begins with the detail of maps, diagrams, a hand tracing connections by lamplight. In plain terms, the question is, what if scandal is a repeating ritual, not just an accident? The useful pressure is the human tendency to repeat certain mistakes. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. A map of scandal looks faintly ridiculous before it looks useful. On the corkboard are brass pins, red cotton thread, curled photocopies, index cards with dates written in block letters, and a few tired binder clips holding more paper than they were designed for. Someone has drawn arrows in blue marker from promise to official document, then from official document to respectable witnesses. The ink has bled a little where a hand rested too long. In the lower corner, half covered by a coffee ring, is the simplest note on the board. The lie looked like paperwork. That is the record here. A pattern map. Not a single scandal, and not another sealed drawer or tape or ledger, but the shape that begins to appear after too many of these cases are laid beside one another on a desk. The oil lease, the tape transcript, the balance sheet, the investor statement, the lab report, the emissions result, the offshore filing. Different materials, different centuries, different accents in the hearing room. Yet after a while, the arrows begin to repeat. The odd thing is that scandal has rituals before anyone admits it is a scandal. There is usually a promise first, and the promise is rarely grubby in its first costume. It arrives as safety, growth, national strength, innovation, efficiency, health, prosperity, victory, modernization. A word polished smooth by meetings. Someone writes it into a memorandum, a pitch deck, a ministerial note, a prospectus, a public statement. The room smells of toner and stale coffee. A legal pad sits beside a speakerphone. A person who has slept badly signs anyway, because everyone else seems to understand the urgency. Then comes the official object. This is the part I keep returning to, perhaps because paper has a strange authority over tired people. A document can make an arrangement look settled before the world has tested it. A lease says the oil reserve is properly assigned. A quarterly filing says the company is profitable. An account statement says the money is there. A lab report says the machine performed. An emissions result says the car passed. The paper is rectangular, ordinary, and patient. It does not blush. In older offices, the ritual had weight. Manila folders with metal prongs, ledger books with cloth spines, carbon copies, onion skin pages, stamped initials in purple ink. Later, it became server logs, spreadsheets, email chains, PDFs with clean margins. The materials changed, but the gesture stayed familiar. Reality was flattened into a record, and the record was asked to carry more truth than it could bear. A scandal also needs a chorus. This sounds theatrical, though in practice it is often a row of people around a conference table pretending the air is normal. Lawyers, auditors, bankers, public officials, consultants, board members, analysts, public relations staff. Some know a great deal. Some know only enough to feel uneasy. Some are paid in one way or another to keep the machine moving. I have a small practical sympathy for the junior person in these rooms, the one refilling water glasses or aligning printed packets, noticing that the senior people have stopped making eye contact with the difficult page. Cause and effect, seen calmly, can be drawn almost like plumbing. The input is desire, money, power, status, rescue from failure, a deadline no one wants to miss. The process is translation. Desire becomes language. Language becomes a document. The document receives signatures, and signatures recruit other people's confidence. The output is belief. The limitation is reality. Reality is a stubborn auditor, though often a slow one. The crack is usually small, a number that refuses to match, a witness who keeps a copy, a device that behaves differently outside the test room, a reporter who asks a boring follow-up question, a regulator who looks at the raw data instead of the summary, a withdrawal request that arrives at the wrong moment. The crack can be so plain that it feels almost rude. After all the polished promises, history sometimes turns on a mislabeled folder or a line item with no sensible explanation. This is where the ritual becomes more private. A scandal is not only the public collapse, it is also the interval when the truth already exists, but the world has not caught up with it. That interval interests me more than it should. Somewhere, a person knows the file is wrong. Somewhere, an executive waits for a call from counsel. Somewhere, an assistant sees shredding bins fill faster than usual. Somewhere, a founder watches a demonstration machine with the uneasy affection one might give a temperamental boiler in winter. The panic interval has its own objects. Burn bags, revised drafts, meeting minutes softened by careful verbs, calendars with gaps, password-protected folders, a phone left face down on a conference table. In corporate cases, the fluorescent ceiling panels keep humming while people discuss exposure and positioning. Two words that can make a lie sound like a weather problem. In political cases, the language may change, but the mechanism is similar. Delay, deny, narrow the question, move the paper. Hope the next day arrives before the previous one is understood. Exposure has rituals too. Hearings gather people behind microphones. Cameras fix themselves on water glasses, nameplates, folded hands. Judges ask for order. Journalists compare documents under deadlines and bad vending machine coffee. Accountants produce timelines that make boredom look severe. There is usually a moment when the official object changes sides. The document that once protected the lie becomes evidence against it. The same signature, the same stamp, a new meaning. That reversal is one of the strangest features of scandal. Paper is first used to domesticate reality, to make it sit properly in a folder. Later, paper becomes the thing that refuses to stay domesticated. A copied memo travels. A transcript survives. A spreadsheet retains a formula. A test result leaves a trace in a database. Even shredded paper has an afterlife if someone has enough patience, enough tape, and a large enough table. Tedious work, but history depends on tedious work more often than it admits. Of course, the map is imperfect. Some scandals remain half-lit in the record because evidence was destroyed, sealed, never written down, or written in language so cautious it becomes nearly useless. Motives are especially difficult. Greed explains some things. Fear explains others. Loyalty explains a surprising amount. And embarrassment may be one of the underrated engines of history. It is hard to know exactly when a person crosses from hope into deception. Some accounts simply stop at the signature. Still, the pattern persists. Promise, object, chorus, crack, panic, collapse, memory. Then, after a while, another promise. The recurrence can feel almost ritualistic, though there is no priest, no altar, no ancient script. Just conference rooms, filing cabinets, microphones, printers warming up, and the soft scrape of a chair pushed back from a table. Human beings keep inventing new systems, and then bringing old weaknesses into them in a briefcase. I do not think the useful lesson is that people are foolish. That is too easy, and also a little smug. Many of the people inside these scandals were clever, educated, efficient, even charming at breakfast. The more durable lesson is quieter. Intelligence can serve a bad arrangement very well. A bright person can make a false thing last longer. A respected institution can lend its face to a fragile claim. A clean audit can calm a room that should have stayed troubled. Maybe that is why the red string map feels both childish and necessary. It admits that the world is complicated, then tries anyway. It says, here is the promise. Here is the paper. Here are the people who nodded. Here is where reality entered through a side door carrying a receipt. The map will never hold everything. The pins loosen. The thread sags. Someone writes a date wrong and has to cross it out. But viewed from a little distance, the pattern is clear enough to be unsettling. The next great scandal probably will not arrive with a villain's mask or a thunderclap. It may arrive with a clean audit, a respected board, a beautiful mission statement, and one ordinary document saying everything is fine. And somewhere, perhaps already, the first small crack is waiting in the margin, quiet as dust on a desk. The record for a quiet archive. The cosmic librarian's note begins with an archivist's table, open books, motes of dust in a sunbeam. In plain terms, the question is what remains after the noise has faded. The useful pressure is the piece of distance and perspective. The useful shape is record, problem, implication, and the small part that still refuses to close. At the National Archives building in College Park, a scandal may arrive as an ordinary grey Hollinger box, its lid fitting with that dry cardboard sigh that archivists know too well. Inside might be an acid-free folder, a penciled accession number, a paperclip removed because metal rusts, a photocopied memo flattened under a mylar sheet, and a small restriction notice saying that part of the file is closed, reviewed, or simply missing. The object has lost the heat of accusation. It has become weight, fiber, ink, order. That is where many scandals finally rest. After the hearings, the resignations, the bankruptcies, the indictments, the denials, and the long, expensive language of lawyers, the surviving evidence is sorted into boxes. Someone decides which office created the record. Someone writes a date range. Someone removes rubber bands because rubber hardens and snaps. Someone unfolds a letter carefully along its old crease, as though the paper still has a body and can be hurt by impatience. I have a soft spot for that work. It is unglamorous in the best possible way. The person preserving the record is often far from the scandal's original hunger. They may be thinking about humidity, staples, lunch, and whether the catalogue field should say correspondence or memoranda. History depends on such mild decisions more than it likes to admit. The contradiction is simple enough. Scandal is noisy when it happens, but it survives through stillness. A lease, a tape transcript, a balance sheet, an investor statement, a lab report, an emissions result, an offshore filing. Each one once tried to make reality official. Later, the same kind of object becomes evidence that reality had been edited. That is the odd little reversal at the center of the whole archive. The lie didn't look like a lie. It looked like paperwork. A scandal file has a life cycle of its own. First comes creation. A contract typed on office letterhead. A signature block. A spreadsheet printed for a meeting. A note taken during a call. Then comes circulation. Copies in briefcases. Attachments in inboxes. Folders carried between conference rooms. Pages stamped received by a clerk whose name nobody remembers. Then comes stress. A number fails to match. A witness gives a date that disturbs the sequence. A machine produces a result too awkward to ignore. Finally, if the record survives, it enters custody. Custody is one of those plain words that becomes beautiful if you sit with it long enough. It means keeping something safe without pretending to own its meaning. The archivist's trade is full of small restraints. Preserve original order when possible. Keep provenance clear. Describe without over-interpreting. Mark redactions. Note gaps. Protect privacy when the record contains ordinary people caught in the machinery of a public event. There is a moral discipline there, though it usually wears a cardigan and carries a pencil. Ink is often discouraged in reading rooms. Pencils are less dramatic and more forgiving. A researcher meets the scandal at another angle. They request a box by call slip. Wait while it travels from storage, place it on a foam support, and turn pages with hands that suddenly feel too large. The room has its own sounds. A scanner moving across glass. The soft thump of a box returning to a cart. A chair leg nudged too sharply and then regretted. Outside, traffic continues. Inside, a memo from 40 years ago still argues with itself. Distance changes the temperature of evidence. It does not make wrongdoing harmless, and it should not. People lost jobs, savings, reputations, trust, sometimes years of their lives. But distance allows the pattern to appear. From far enough away, the absurdity becomes legible. A powerful person risks everything for a favor that looks small on paper. A company invents a language complicated enough to hide ordinary debt. A machine is taught to recognize a test and behave politely until the test is over. One sees after a while that scandal is rarely a single bad thought. It is usually a room full of incentives learning to breathe together. That may be the most useful thing the archive teaches. The official record often preserves actions better than feelings. We can see the memo sent, the funds transferred, the minutes approved, the audit signed. It is harder to recover the private interval. The official waiting for a reporter's call, the executive watching auditors approach the right question, the founder hoping a demonstration will not fail in front of the wrong person, the investor opening a statement that looks calm because calm was the product being sold. Documents record the shape of the lie. They only sometimes record the weather inside the people who kept it alive. And so there is missing evidence. Some records were destroyed according to routine retention schedules before anyone knew they mattered. Some were deliberately shredded, burned, erased, or carried away in private boxes. Some survive only as copies of copies, their edges darkened from old photocopiers, their letter forms blurred into grey. Digital records add their own fragility. Obsolete software, corrupted drives, metadata stripped away, passwords forgotten by the only person who knew them. A file can vanish without drama. One bad server migration, and a decade becomes fog. Archivists cannot rescue everything. This is worth remembering, if only because it keeps us from treating archives as oracles. They are more like coastlines after a storm. Many things wash up, many do not. The pattern of survival has its own bias. Powerful institutions create records. Private conversations disappear. Careful liars avoid writing the worst sentences down. Occasionally, by luck or habit or bureaucratic laziness, a revealing document remains. A clerk files it. A box is transferred. A label is written. Years later, someone opens it and feels the little change in air. The archive, then, is peaceful only in appearance. Under the acid-free folders lies an argument about memory. What should be preserved? Who gets named? What remains sealed? Which version becomes easy to find? A finding aid can guide the hand, but it can also quietly shape the story. I find that slightly sobering. Even the road to the truth has signage. And signage is made by people with limited time, limited budgets, and sometimes a printer that jams. Still, there is comfort in the craft. The cotton gloves, when they are used, are less important than clean hands and patience. The box is lifted with 2 hands, because paper is heavier than it looks. The temperature is kept steady. Light exposure is limited. A torn page may be placed in a sleeve rather than repaired aggressively. Good preservation often means doing less than one is tempted to do. That is a lesson history keeps offering, and public life keeps misplacing. By the time a scandal reaches the shelf, it has lost the costume it wore in public. No podium, no camera flash, no boardroom gloss. Just paper, tape, disc, transcript, index card, email printout, docket sheet, deposition, receipt. The ridiculousness remains, but it has cooled into instruction. The arrogance looks smaller. The paperwork looks stranger. The respectable chorus has gone home. And one unresolved edge always remains. Why did people believe? Each case gives partial answers. Status, fear, loyalty, complexity, greed, hope, exhaustion, the desire to belong to the winning room. None of those answers is enough by itself. Belief is social. It moves through signatures, titles, seals, letterheads, introductions, annual reports, expert phrases, and the weary confidence of people who say, with practiced calm, that everything is fine. Perhaps that is why the final resting place of scandal feels almost cosmic, in its modest way. The archive does not shout judgment. It arranges fragments on shelves and waits for the next reader. It lets the world turn while questions settle into catalogue entries. Box by box, file by file, it keeps the strange human record of how often we ask paper to bless a story before we ask whether the story is true. The next great scandal may arrive with polished margins, a clean audit, a respected board, a careful mission statement, and one ordinary document saying everything is fine. Later, if the document survives, it may sit in a grey box under steady air, waiting for some tired researcher to lift the lid and notice the first small crack. That is enough for tonight. The rest can wait on the shelf, where history's secrets never quite sleep, and where another folder can be opened some other night, as the world quietly turns.